Good evening. Are we recording?
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. This is a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, November 1st at 6 p.m. I'll call the meeting to order and note that all council members are present with the exception of Council Member Emilio. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we move to approval of the agenda. I'll recommend that we reorder a couple of items. Item 12C, which is the appeal of 773, 775 Ocean View Boulevard to item 11A, and item 11A to be moved to 11C as in cat, and that's the department head and unrepresented groups salary and compensation. I have a motion.
Move approval of the modified agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 601. Right now we'll turn to, we have one presentation. We have several people coming up. Mr. Ron Lloyd, J.R. Rouse, Bill Frederickson, Dan Go. If you could all come to the podium, welcome.
Few minutes tonight to talk about Perkins Park. I'm Ron Lloyd. I'm along with my partners in crime, Bill Frederickson, Cynthia Garfield, and Joe Shamas. We make up the organizers of the group called the Friends of Perkins Park. We're an advocacy group. We're not an official nonprofit. And we don't have any specific membership. We have over 100 residents on our mailing list. Nearly half of those people have given donations on behalf of the park. We started operation in 2022, and 23 is really when it came to pass. We were going to spend funds with Public Works on getting things done inside the park. Obviously, 2023 was a very challenging year. The storms in December and January played havoc with the coastline. Kudos to Public Works for getting the trails, the parking lots put back together, getting rid of all the debris. It was extremely helpful. The upside of all that rain, along with dedicated weekly volunteers led by Amy Colony and Kent Speed, along with the weeders we were able to fund with our donations and other activities in the park, gave us a fantastic bloom. So it was a terrific year from that standpoint. The bloom lasted many more months than usual. The park looks fantastic, and we want to celebrate that with the volunteers. Probably the stat I'm proudest of is over 350 volunteer hours have been spent in the park in this last year. That was as of October 1st. So it's accumulating even greater. That's been a terrific thing. Part of our mission was to raise funds for weeding, in fact, to replace ourselves. This all started over a dozen years ago when Bill Frederickson was organizing annual weeding events. And as we aged, we go, Bill, we need other people to do this for us. So we sort of said, we got to get a groundswell of support. Well, we set a challenge ourselves to raise $25,000. We overachieved that, got $26,000 the first year. In 49 individual donations, 13 of those were 5-year pledges at $1,000 per year. And one standout donation from PG Chamber of Commerce for $5,000. So thank you very much, Chamber. That funding is all channeled through Pacific Road Rotary because we don't have any standing. They've generously agreed to use their legacy fund so that people can get tax benefit from this. And all the checks come in through Rotary in Bill's hands. And then Public Works can send invoices to Rotary after our conversation. So it's all working very well so far. We really appreciate Rotary's help. Going forward in 2024, we expected pretty much the same priorities we have now. Weeding is number one, aloe reduction and trail improvement is number two. If there's funding left over for sprinkler improvement, then that goes on as well. And we'll just keep going down the road. With that, I would like to invite JR to make a few comments about a special and generous donation he's making on behalf of the park.
So part of it is thank you for letting us have the time to do the presentation today. I believe that I committed to one of the $1,000, $5,000 commitments over the next 5 years. And then on top of that, part of my belief in giving back to the city was to make a contribution of 10% of my net earnings of any house I sold through a member of Perkins Park cleanup or referrals from the community. Steve Bradley happened to be celebrating his 1-year anniversary tonight on the closing of his house. So we've been waiting for a while to be able to make this donation. But Steve bought a property a year ago. And again, the 10% of my earnings off of that sale was $2,350. So $2,350. So with that, I'll give the check over to Bill and Ron. And with that, and I've got the next one coming. So hopefully they'll keep coming.
Well, thank you. Around here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everything. All right. We're now on to council and staff announcements. We'll start with Mr. Purick.
We had closed sessions earlier this evening. There were 3, and there's no reportable action from those closed sessions.
And Ms. Hannah, any announcements?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. I do have 2 announcements. My first announcement is I would like to welcome and thank Mr. Lou Bauman. If you can stand up, Mr. Bauman, he is the former county CAO, and he's here to help us as interim community development director. And our second announcement is tonight, sitting with our former deputy city clerk is Lisa Denoyer. She comes to us and she joins us as a management analyst and the replacement for Carrie Lindstrom. And she comes to us with 15 years of experience at the Monterey County Superior Court, where she served as a courtroom clerk and most recently as a court operations manager for the civil division. So welcome, Lisa.
Welcome. Welcome to you both. Okay, any council announcements? Seeing none, we'll move on to general public comment. If you have a comment, please step up to the podium. Welcome, Ms. Haynes. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good evening. I will address 2 topics. The first is about the city's recent adoption without a public hearing of a policy barring public comment on Zoom. And the second suggests how the city could better protect people who have to deal with this. Today, I called the Northern California ACLU and discussed with them the content in today's Herald by the legal director of the First Amendment Coalition, who claims that the decision PG has made eliminates a critical tool for many underserved communities because members of those communities often cannot attend council meetings due to health concerns, childcare, transportation, and other factors. In Pacific Grove, according to the housing element, which incidentally is now due to be submitted to HCD this Friday at the latest, 29% of city residents are renters with annual incomes under $50,000. Plus 28% of city residents, including me, are 65 or older. So this new prohibition against online comments forces us to comment in person about subjects that arise after the public comment period closes, as well as in other situations. As a member of the over 65 group, I am fearful about my exposure at this very moment. So I want to tell you that last Sunday's 60 Minutes show described new research showing that the chance of contracting COVID is greatly reduced in buildings with adequate ventilation, meaning mechanical exchange of indoor air with outdoor air at least 5 times an hour with minimum efficiency reporting values of 13. Today, I submitted a public records request for documents showing this chamber's air ventilation rate and reporting value. You should care about this too. Alan Hoffa, a Monterey council member, was recently hospitalized for over a week with COVID. So I will leave with the city clerk this transcript of Sunday's 60 Minutes show. Later tonight, I will email each of you a copy. I highlighted key passages, so it should take you less than 2 minutes to understand it. I regret the city's decision was made without a public hearing. And I believe such a hearing might have led to a different result. But it is what it is. So together we will make the best of it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, and the public. My name is Mo Ammar, and I'm here to congratulate and thank our Recreation Department for introducing youth soccer. We haven't had youth soccer in ages. It was so popular that I was able to squeeze in 2 of my grandkids, but one of them is on the waiting list. Currently, we play in Monterey, and it's really not fun to play with the Monterey and the Seaside kids. We want to play with our own neighborhood kids. I just want to thank them and express my appreciation. I'd like to plead with the council and staff to open up the swimming pool down at Lovers Point. It's been closed for 3 years. At the same time, Monterey, Carmel, Valley, and Seaside have opened up their pool for general swim for the public. Currently, all we have is lessons. Not everybody needs or wants lessons or can afford lessons. We would like to see open public swim at the pool, ideally Memorial Day to Labor Day. And just like they do in Monterey and other jurisdictions, it would be wonderful if we can have a local resident rate versus a non-resident rate. I will remind the council and staff that 8 years ago, Mr. Stillwell donated $100,000 and the community raised an additional $40,000 to repair the pool, yet we haven't enjoyed it. I urge you to keep it affordable. We've had prior council members who always kept it affordable for the working class families. This is a city asset that is not being utilized. We have 2 council members at the dais that have been around for a long time, and I think they grew around that swimming pool and they appreciate that swimming pool. Please open up the swimming pool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Chian. First, I'd like to acknowledge Native American Heritage Month. I hope council and all the public will make an effort this month and beyond to learn more about the indigenous people of this area and the concerns of their descendants. And I hope the coming year will bring a new respect for the Ohlone, Coastino, and Esselen Nation and others for whom Pacific Grove is their homeland and whose ancestors are here. I am here in the council chambers in person to protest the mayor's edict to prohibit public comment by way of Zoom. It was a shock to read about it in the Carmel Pinecone on Friday morning, and later to discover that there's a substitution for the usual public comment description on the council agenda. There's no highlighting to call people's attention to the new wording, canceling the community's ability to comment on Zoom. It was not posted on the city's website this weekend, despite the October 27th date on an announcement, which was finally posted Monday, as well as a special edition of the city manager's report Monday afternoon. I've since found it on the council webpage too. The announcement gave us a new email address for public comments with no explanation of the relationship of that address to the usual council address. Who does the public comment email address go to? My husband's comment to council on Friday didn't get posted. The mayor's decision appears to be unilateral with no transparency and no opportunity for public input before the fact. When in-person meetings resumed after the COVID shutdown, hybrid meetings were provided based on public request and the city's recognition that there was greater public participation in city meetings with Zoom comment available. All the written comments on this topic posted on this week's agenda opposed depriving the community of public comment on Zoom. Hate speech via Zoom comments is a serious problem that must be addressed. Eliminating public comment by Zoom only feeds the threats to our democracy. There are alternatives to ending Zoom comments. Consider Jane Haynes' suggestion to you in her written comment, or look next door to Monterey, where a well-researched agenda report and public comment were part of the decision-making to continue Zoom comments. Written comments are not a substitute for in-the-moment oral comments. I will not be able to attend in-person meetings longer than the brief time for this public comment because COVID is still a serious threat, and sitting and standing here for long periods of time will aggravate my health issues. Please reverse this decision that devalues the importance of increased opportunities for speaking to the whole council for those who cannot attend in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Daniel Miller. Not only am I amazed about the swimming pool, but I'm once again going to say the youth center. At what point in time is the youth center going to be open for the youth of Pacific Grove other than small amounts of kids in camps? You have a whole month of break for all the kids in the city, and 30 kids got the use of the youth center. And meanwhile, we have a swimming pool that's not being utilized. I don't get the concept that in the city where we're just throwing money at employees right and left, up and down and every other way, like it's some money machine that just continuously spits out money. And when it comes to a lot of our streets, I've brought up before, all these streets that were just resealed, comes under the heading of repaving. And when you repave a street, you got to do curb cuts. And nobody's addressed this. Nobody said Dan Miller's wrong. Nobody says we checked with the ADA and they don't have to do it. There's literally 100 curb cuts that need to be done where there's been resealing of streets done. And I want to know when it's going to be done and when it's going to be addressed, because this is something that the federal government gave a whole lot of time for the city to be able to meet the standards. So if you're out there, as I did for years, pushing around kids in strollers on the sidewalks, a lot of fun. And I can just imagine what it is for people in a wheelchair. You know, not amusing. I mean, for goodness sake, you can get access to beaches now in wheelchairs, but in our city, it doesn't exist. So at some point in time, please have that be addressed. Please have the youth center be addressed. There's stuff going on at the community center and with pickleball that needs to be addressed that hasn't been, and the dictates of the city council are not being followed. And it's just one thing after another. But the one thing that keeps getting done is raises for everybody that works for the city that doesn't do the things that should be being done. We're ignoring that. And at some point in time, this council, all of you, not just a couple of you, have to realize you represent the public. You don't represent the staff. It's our best interest, not the staff's best interest. We're the ones that not only pay your salaries, but their salaries. And so at some point in time, just like a board of directors, which you guys basically are, and ladies basically are, you need to get spending under control. Because if this was your money, you wouldn't be spending it like you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Carmelita Garcia, resident of Pacific Grove. Regarding public comment, I know what it's like to sit up there and listen to public comment. You know, there were times when it was like, oh my God, we got to listen to him again, you know, say the same thing over and over and over. However, as an elected official, it's your responsibility to listen to your constituents, good, bad, and indifferent. And at a council meeting, really, it's the only open forum by which all of you get to hear what individuals have to say via in-person or Zoom. And that's a very important factor in my opinion. The municipal code is very clear. If you look at chapter 2.04, and then it's section 2.04.050, agenda and consideration of unlisted matters, item D speaks to public comment. And number one, it states very clearly, the city council may adopt a policy or policies. Okay, eliminating public comment via Zoom did not follow this ordinance. There was nothing placed on the agenda, let alone an open discussion amongst all of you, let alone hearing from the general public about the impact eliminating public comment via Zoom would have on them. And then section 2, it says the city council and other legislative bodies of the city shall not prohibit public criticism of policies, et cetera, with regards to the council and other boards and commissions of the city. So, you know, I Googled, you know, what does shall mean? You know, everybody thinks, you know, it's hard and steadfast, but, you know, actually it's not. What I did find is that the word shall is filled with ambiguity in that it can be interpreted in a number of ways. So my suggestion and encouragement to you is that you would bring this idea of eliminating comments via Zoom to the city council and look at this section 2 and that word shall and rephrase it in a way that helps protect us and you from paying the penalty of people who want to come online and violate basically their First Amendment rights and try to insult all of us with their comments. I agree with Jane Haynes about the underserved population here in Pacific Grove, people with disabilities and the senior population who want to remain engaged. They pretty much, in my opinion, have been shut out of the entire picture because now they can't comment via Zoom. You know, people don't have the mobility or ability to travel to an open meeting and, you know, stand before you and make public comments. So I think this is very important that it come before you and discuss the different options. Monterey and other cities have figured it out, and I'm sure all of you could also figure it out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. And there's some empty seats up front. Please have a seat. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andy Kubica. I'm speaking as a resident, not a member of the Planning Commission. I was not able to attend the meeting on September 6th when we had the GEA raises that were brought up. When I looked at the presentation and I looked at the video, it seemed to imply that the cost of the raises was like $125,000 a year, but that still comes to over $387,000 after 3 years. But when you add up all the nickels and dimes for CalPERS and unfunded liability, and it also in the presentation did not present what the unfunded liability was for CalPERS, that increase. It only presented what we were going to pay, the unfunded liability, which was $22,000 a year. it didn't show that the unfunded liability increase was much, much higher. But still, when I added all these numbers up, and I've asked staff to verify my numbers twice before I come up here and state them, and I've gotten no response, it comes to over $1 million. And later on, we're going to talk about that for additional raises for different groups in the city. But this was in the past, so my concern is, where are we getting the money? What new revenue are we going to have? Are we going to go use the new hotel that hasn't been built yet? Are we using tax money for that, thinking we're going to fund this for the next 3 years? Also, giving raises like this before we get a new city manager kind of ties his hands about what he can do and what he can't do due to lack of funds. So I am not against raises. I think we need to have a strong staff, but I'm asking, where does the money come from? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Greetings, Mayor, council members, and people of Pacific Grove. I called a meeting in the back room of my restaurant last week, and I invited some members of the public and some restaurant owners. I also invited some who didn't attend the meeting. We agreed on the details of a proposal that we want to put forward to the to the Parklet Subcommittee. We're meeting this coming Friday. And John Keel, who has helped us in our Parklet construction ever since they were built, was invited by me to give it an opinion on how feasible our proposal is. When John got back to his office, he saw that Councilmember Coletti had called him, and John called him back. Councilmember Coletti said Pacific Grove is a small town. He'd heard that John was in a meeting about parklets at Wildfish. John asked, "How did you hear about that?" And he didn't say. John asked who told him. He refused to answer. Luke asked what was discussed and who was there. John is an open book. He replied truthfully to Luke, and the call ended. About 5 minutes afterwards, Luke called again and said there were more people at the meeting. His source had told him that there were others at the meeting, and he wanted to know who. John said that he had answered truthfully the first time. He said he did not know what Luke was talking about. I called John. He told me that I should know that there is an informant spying on me and reporting to Luke. I asked John how he felt about that, and he said no comment. I let him know how I felt about that. Namely, it is none of Councilmember Coletti's business what private meetings I hold in the back of my room of my restaurant. I have been trolled by Mr. Coletti on Nextdoor when I've taken a position that he does not agree with, to the extent that I considered not using that forum anymore. However, I feel that those who experience this behavior do need to expose any attempt to intimidate or harass. More importantly, the members of the public who attended that meeting wanted to stay under the radar and work privately because they have heard of the reputations of committee members who, whether rightly or wrongly, they feel to be inappropriately aggressive. This confirms their concern, frankly. Councilmember Coletti phoned up John to cross-examine to know who was there. Now, you're smiling and shaking your head. But I followed up with you and I asked to know who did the secret surveilling. Got no answer to it. Mr. Coletti's response was to downplay the incident. He assured me no secret surveilling, but this is to not reply to either myself or to John is by definition secret surveilling, and it is just gaslighting to deny it. I informed other members of the public who attended the meeting. They left 10 minutes before John arrived.
Ms. Jacobs.
Are we at the end? Okay, well, this is public record now of this incident. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll close public comment. I don't see anyone else coming forward. All right, we're now on to the consent agenda. Any members of council wishing to pull a consent agenda item?
I'd like to pull item number 9C, please.
9C?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Any members of the public wishing to pull a consent agenda item? All right. Councilmember Coletti?
Quick question, is Mr. Peralt here today? I thought he was.
No.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Modified consent. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, approval of the modified consent agenda passes 601. All right, we'll go on to item 9C, the city manager job description. That's my item. And this is basically the city manager job description is it's essentially a duplication of the interim city manager job description that council approved approximately a month ago. With one exception, the years of experience for the interim was 15 years. We were looking for a very seasoned, if you will, interim city manager. But this time it went from 15, was reduced to 10 to allow for well, younger people to come in that have less experience and perhaps just widen the pool of candidates and be more inclusive and diverse and so forth. So let me go up to public comment and then we'll come back to council discussion. Anyone wishing to make a comment on this item 9C, city manager job description? Right. Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, and this will be quick. So knowing what transpired with the previous city manager, especially around the residency of where the city manager was, my suggestion is that as part of the conditions of employment, we add an item saying that the city manager should be residing in a reasonable distance from the city location. So that should be part of the condition of the employment.
Right, on that item, let's hear from our city attorney, because in the city charter, it says the city manager must live in Pacific Grove, of which I've been told many years ago that that is unenforceable. And so that's
It's my understanding that you cannot impose a residency requirement, but I can certainly get back to you on that. I don't know that it should impact the job description. I think if my research reveals that you can have a residency requirement, then I think you could put that into the employment contract. But my understanding without opening books right now is that you cannot have a residency requirement.
And
any other.
yeah, and I was just going to clarify that I'm not suggesting that we add a condition saying live in Pacific Grove. I'm saying that we add a stipulation saying that he or she should be in reasonable distance, reasonable travel distance, or whatever it is, like a generic word that says that living around town.
I think that is a residency requirement. It's just a broader net, if you will. So let me look into that, and I can get back to the council on that. I don't believe you can, but I would like the opportunity to look it up.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the remote working was really the crux of the matter. But I certainly hope when we develop the contract that we won't be including that, and I don't expect we will.
I'll just move approval of the item.
I'll comment. If Councilmember Pedori's point, sounds like our city attorney is going to look into it. And depending on what we get back, we could bring this back. That would be my recommendation. Let's just move this forward because we're kicking off a recruitment process here for a city manager. So we need something in place now, but there's no reason why that can't come back quickly. So that's my thought. All right, we have a first and we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 601. Right. All right, we're moving on to public hearings, and as I mentioned earlier, we've moved up item 12C to first position, and Mr. Sador, can I have you read the title of the item, please, and kick this off? Oh, I'm sorry, before you do that, I want to just review what the sequence is for an appeal. I'm now reminded, council needs to now state any ex parte communication. So we'll do that in just a moment. And then Mr. Sador will give a staff project overview, followed by 10 minutes for the appellant's presentation, and then 10 minutes for the applicant's presentation. Then we'll do public comment, as usual, 3 minutes per person. Then, if needed, 5 minutes for applicant rebuttal, and then 5 minutes for appellant rebuttal, and then council dialogue, and followed by council action. So, but those are all the steps, and we'll go through them one by one. Okay. So first off, I'm gonna ask for ex parte communication. Councilmember McDonald.
Yes, hi, I had conversation with the appellants and did a site tour to get a better understanding of the property.
Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just simply did a drive-by at the project. That's the only information I have.
And Councilmember Cleddy.
I did the same.
Right. I guess officially it's not really ex parte communication, but I did obtain additional information on neighboring properties, the variances to the code and zoning for neighboring properties, and that was provided by staff. Right. And Councilmember McDonald asked for the same, received the same information. Okay. All right, now, Mr. Sador, welcome again. And the title, please, first.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor Peak and council members. The title of this item is to consider an appeal of architectural permit, use permit and variance number 22-0284, located at 773-775 Ocean View Boulevard, Pacific Grove, APN 006-071-007. So agenda item, or this item involves an appeal of an architectural permit, use permit and variance for the proposed remodel of an existing two-story duplex. Next. The project includes the previous slide. Project includes the remodel of an existing 2,343 square foot duplex, two-story duplex, including the reconfiguration of existing interior space to garage area, thereby reducing the need for street parking and reducing the interior habitable space. And the exterior changes include the construction of a roof deck, installation of an elevator, enclosure and extension of exterior stairs, and a new balcony area. Next. These elevations show the existing and proposed views from Ocean View Boulevard at the top, and then from Moss Street on the bottom, which is a side elevation. And the view from Ocean View would be the front elevation. Excellent. So on May 16th, 2023, the Architectural Review Board reviewed the project and recommended the Planning Commission deny the use permit and variance and grant approval of the architectural permit subject to plans that conform to the existing code. The ARB also recommended the elevator only provide access to the second floor and be contained within the existing structure footprint and that access to the roof deck be provided by exterior stairs or interior hatch. In response to the ARB's recommendations, the applicant revised the proposed project design to decrease the height and footprint of the elevator and to decrease the proposed height of the main structure. On September 14th, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the project, including the ARB's recommendation and the revised applicant's revisions, and voted to approve the project as revised. And then on September 22nd, 2023, the appellant submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission's decision. And at this point, staff will stop its presentation and return the speaker to the mayor for appellant and applicant comments and public comment.
All right, may we have the applicants? Excuse me, I'm sorry, the appellants. The appellants to come forward is 10 minutes. Welcome.
I don't need to reserve time for a rebuttal that I will have pot time.
Additional 5 minutes, yes.
Thank you. If we could show on the Mo, my name is Marion Mo. I reside at 700 Briggs Avenue, Unit 2, and I'm here speaking for appellants and Darren Tinsley. If you could show slide 1 on the Mo flash drive, thank you. You will hear tonight, as the Planning Commission did, about how there are other lots in the area where this building is, and that many other of them are non-conforming, as this one is, and that approving a few more non-conforming permits really won't make that much a difference because this is a hodgepodge neighborhood. We've heard that actually quite a bit during this process. But I want you to make a point here that this use permit is not like the other variances in the neighborhood. This is the only elevator shaft with a use permit request that goes above the height limit. There are no comparable protrusions that the city has issued a similar use permit. Neither the staff nor the applicant have shown this. And if that's true, then we haven't seen it, Joe. None of the variances cited in the staff report were for height variances. I reviewed the property files for those 5 that were cited. They were for setback variances, mostly much smaller setback variances for this project. And the only 2 projects in the area or the new buildings in the area that have higher, notably higher protrusions is a barn-like structure at 775 Mermaid Lane, which was built in 1951. I don't know if there were height limits then. There's no variance in the file that shows that one was given. The other is the one at 775 Mermaid Lane, which was built in violation of the 25-foot height limitation. It was not initially a permit for it. The city issued a stop work order. Unfortunately, building permits were issued and they continued to build upon that. So claiming a vested right, there was dispute with the attorney, and apparently as part of the settlement of that dispute, the city issued a variance, but it was based on a mistake. Unfortunately, the building permits were issued when they shouldn't have been. I don't think either one of those buildings are good examples of precedents the city should be using as examples of how to proceed here. So I'm not sure which slide is being shown. Well, I'm now ready for slide 3 and slide 4, please. And Julie, could you distribute those documents, please? Okay. Another thing that I don't think was clear to either the ARB or the Planning Commission because I didn't have the information before them.
I'm sorry, could we stop the timer and get the slides?
Thank you.
The slides up. Or just pause the timer till we get the right slides up.
Well,
if you could.
Slide 3.
This is not, okay.
I'm happy to proceed without the slide because what what we passed out to you is the next slide. As you well know, I think a use permit is discretionary. There's no automatic right to a use permit. And in this case, the use permit provision that was cited as giving permission for the exterior elevator has an absolute prohibition in the municipal code for any exterior protrusion above the height limit for that's more than 20 square feet in the cross section. It's an absolute prohibition. There's no avoidance of that by a variance. And there's a reason for that. When you're going above the height limit, the mass and the bulk of the protrusion makes a big difference. I mean, it's already high, and then you're going above that. If it's a flagpole, that's one thing. If it's more than 20 square feet in a cross section, that's a huge blockage, and you'll see that in some of the other slides if we can get the slides going. And for whatever reason, I don't know, but neither the ARB nor the Planning Commission seem to be aware of this absolute prohibition of the 20 square feet. And I firmly believe that if they had known that they would be violating this provision in the code, I don't think they would have approved it. And in fact, the ARB, even without knowing about this, were concerned about the mass and the bulk of this exterior elevator. I respectfully suggest that you really have that City Council has a duty to deny this use permit on this basis alone. And this, my third point here is really just that the way that the Planning Commission approved this action, I think amounts to something that I would call a de facto zoning. In other words, a variance here, a variance there, doesn't make a whole lot of difference. Well, somebody else got a variance, so we'll give these people a variance because someone else got a variance. And I think that kind of reasoning ends up meaning the zoning really no longer applies. You've got zoning on paper, but you go to the Planning Commission and they don't really regard the zoning. And so it's a cascading effect. Next, each parcel by parcel, it gets changed because of these variances. You no longer have a real zoning code in effect. And it's not really subject to the basic public hearing and process that normally would come when you're going to rezone an entire area. So if that's going to happen in this area, I think it would only be fair to subject that to a normal public hearing process where the neighbors as a whole have a chance to be heard and not a piecemeal parcel by parcel change. And I'd like to just point out, even though there may be very sympathetic reasons to want to have an elevator, not just to the second floor, but up to the rooftop, the applicant has alternative options. They've already added an exterior stairwell because that's required by code. And as the ARB suggested, they could install an elevator for the second floor, and that would take care of the major living space. So I guess I just want to end with, I have plenty of time. I have time for questions, but one of the things that struck me, it's been a little bit of time now, but if you all remember that when former President Trump was indicted for being careless with his classified documents, one of the questions that was asked was, well, why wasn't Hillary Clinton prosecuted for security lapses? And the former Attorney General Barr said, well, two wrongs don't make a right. So I'm happy to answer any questions. My neighbors have other slides that would like to show, and I will be here for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. You do have 3 minutes left if you want to show these slides.
It's fine. There are other slides on another flash drive. Hope we'll have better luck, and maybe we can use some of the 3 minutes on getting those slides right. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may, I requested our IT person to come and see if there's any assistance that can be done on that computer.
Okay, let's continue. Hopefully this will be resolved in a few minutes. We're now on to the applicant's presentation, 10 minutes. Ms. Byrne, welcome.
Jeannie Byrne, architect for the project. Well, as you know, this project is in the Mermaid neighborhood. And almost without exception, these properties in this district do not meet the zoning standards by one or many exceptions. This project, like most of its neighbors, has several existing exceptions to the zoning standards, which is part of what makes it fit in this unique district. I do want to correct one statement out of many that was incorrect in the appeal. The existing building is well under the height limit. It does not exceed the height limit. It's just under 20 feet, and the height limit is 25. The owner, Mr. Bruno, was not able to attend due to some recent surgery. But from the beginning of the project, he had some goals for this project. One was to restore the garage to 2 covered parking spaces, which eliminates one of the non-conforming conditions. Provide a roof deck for outdoor living space, which many of the projects around there have. Minimize the visual impact of the roof deck. The deck floor is again well under the height limit. Minimize the height of the elevator shaft that is used for access, and protect the public views by locating the elevator at the rear of the project. So before you, you have a variance and a use permit. Variance and use permits generally address conditions or exceptions for a property that would allow that property to have the same use and enjoyment as similar neighboring properties. The variance and the use permit in this case are to allow installation of an elevator to access the second floor apartment for the owners, and the roof deck, which is similar to several properties in the Mermaid District, including the resident directly behind on Mermaid. The variance is needed to allow the minimum size elevator, and we researched this, and this is the small to encroach on the rear setback from 2 feet, which is where the existing staircase is, and staircase and landing to 1 foot for a distance of 6 feet parallel to the rear property. The existing stairs and landing to be enclosed will maintain their existing setback of 2 feet. There's still adequate emergency access as the duplex fronts on Ocean View. And if you have the site plan, maybe you don't have that in front of you. Ocean View and the side street Moss Avenue. Restoring the garage currently used as living storage space to a full 2-car garage eliminates one of the existing non-conforming conditions. It also helps alleviate an existing impacted parking area. For the use permit, the use permit is for the elevator shaft, which is 2 feet over the height limit for a distance of 10 feet to allow for the elevator cab, equipment, and required roof covering. It is an exception allowed per section 2364-120 of the zoning code for mechanical equipment. The 20 square feet that was referenced, I believe Mr. Sedor can verify this, specifically applies to chimneys, not mechanical equipment. From the beginning of the project, we have considered public views and the visual impact from Ocean View and located the elevator at the rear elevation in the current location of the stairs, landing, and concrete pad. In response to comments by ARB, we reduced the height of the elevator shaft from 2 foot 9 inches to 2 feet above the height limit, which is less than some of the surrounding buildings. And there are stair enclosures. There might not be an elevator enclosure, but there are other stair enclosures that exceed the height limit. Access to the roof deck allows use and enjoyment of the property similar to neighboring properties. The roof deck and railings are in compliance with the zoning code as they are well under the height limit. Using a full hip tile roof, we have reduced any impact from the roof deck by providing a 6-foot setback from the exterior building walls. This enhances the look of the building and provides privacy for not only the owners, but the neighbors. The top height of the glass railing is 22 feet, 3 feet below the height limit. As far as architectural considerations, the things that we considered in both the Planning Commission and Architectural Review approved the architectural permit. The existing roof, if you look at the existing elevation, is a sloped tile roof, but it only slopes on the ocean view side. So the side and rear elevations are a very poor rendition of the architecture. The new roof will be a full hip roof with a sloped roof on all sides. This sets the roof deck 6 feet in from the exterior walls, which minimizes the size of the roof deck and again minimizes the impact of any roof deck. Again, it's well under the height limit. There's also an open deck at the second floor, which is recessed at the front northeast facade, which opens up that front elevation. So instead of a 2-story straight up wall, you have relief in that front elevation that faces ocean view. The existing open stairs and landing will be enclosed with the wall finish matching the existing building finish. And the new double car garage door with the lights at the top panel will replace the 2 separate existing doors. And I think I would just like to comment that I think the staff did a great response to all of the issues that were brought up by the appellant, and I'm open for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Right, we're now open to public comment. Is there be any public comment in support of the applicant or support of the appellant? Doesn't matter. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes. And do you have slides?
No,
Okay.
no. Thank you. Hello, my name's Julie Almquist and I'm a resident at Monarch Pines. First, I want to thank you. I have great respect and gratitude for the public service that you provide. My husband was on the Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz. My dad was on the City Council in Carmel. I know the time and energy and thought that you give and that you put in on our behalf. So I'm very thankful and grateful. We rely on your stewardship, the decisions that you make, the actions that you take to protect our beautiful community. And it says in the city's general plan, preserving and enhancing the scenic qualities of the coastal zone is a priority in all city actions and decisions. Again, thank you for your stewardship. In 2016, my husband and I fulfilled a dream to come back to the Monterey Peninsula, and we found this sweet little place in Monarch Pines with amazing views of our spectacular bay. Last spring, it was disheartening for me to see the story poles go up at 773. Granted, not huge, but just chipping away at the view that makes our little ordinary home into an extraordinary home. And for what? And by the way, I really want to appreciate what she just said about all the ways that she wants, as the architect, to enhance this property. And that Mr. Bruno too, the things that he wants to do to enhance the property and respect the neighbors. We're just talking about this elevator shaft that seems questionable, that seems unnecessary. To me, it seems like an extravagance that appears to be prohibited by city code as well. And it's really a huge eyesore for all of us who want to preserve and enhance the scenic qualities of our beautiful community. I know that there are other eyesores in the Mermaid area. I look at them, I see them. What's done is done. But please, let's draw the line. Two wrongs don't make a right. Please don't chip away at the views of our mountains, our beaches, and our bay. And please continue to be our stewards. Make it your priority to preserve and enhance the scenic views that we have in this magical community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Shelley Tinsley, and I think you all have my letter in front of you, and hopefully you've read it. I want to start off by thanking Lori so much for coming out and meeting with us. That meant the world that you took your time to come see what we're talking about. I'm hoping our slides are going up right about now. Because I'm here to talk about the pictures. So this is what we're seeing right now. This is the netting. And you can see the story pole, how tall one is and how tall that's going to be. And then if you want to keep going through these, we can do that. So this is their current view. So this is what they're looking at. They have a view already. It's not like they're looking to get a view. They have a view from their upper story, which is quite magnificent, and they have one below. If they want outdoor space, it's right outdoors. It's literally right there. Their lot is super small and doesn't really avail to outdoor space. It just, unless you go up on the rooftop decks. And what I know from rooftop decks and living there for the last year and a half that I have is nobody uses them. It's too windy, it's too cold. People go up there that are mostly STR renters and that kind of thing. And they're there for like 15 minutes and they put up their little chair and then they're like, no, and then they go back downstairs. This one is currently a remodel is being done on Ocean View. I think maybe 6 or 7 houses down. And it matches the neighborhood. They're not looking to go higher than anybody else. And they have a rooftop deck. They did and it fits. It conforms with the neighborhood, in my opinion. So this is something that's not really even considered. I was sitting down at Sea Palm and I'm looking up and this blinding view is just like, what is this glare? And all these birds start going crazy. And so if we're not careful what we put on these rooftop decks, this is a piece of metal or something, and it's really disturbing the animals. And these animals go by the coast and this is their migration route. So we need to be considerate of our animals as well. So this is from my home. This is kind of zoomed in a little bit, but from my home right now, it's not a very clear day, but I can see Moss Landing. I can see the mountains. I can see roads, an occasional whale. But this is what I see now. And this is what we'll see if they are allowed to have their variance and do something different in the neighborhood. I'm just going by the story poles. All I did was fill in story poles. That was it. And you can see from the previous picture, if you want, that it's just story poles. So these are just story poles that are being filled in. But there's also story poles that are taller.
Okay, please, if you could
Next one, please.
finish the presentation.
Thank you. This is from Del Monte right now. This is from the golf course. If you can see right here, you can see the netting, you can see the tall poles that are there. So this is private property. This is not Monarch Pines. Excuse me, public property. This is where everybody can go and golf and experience the views of the bay. But if this is granted, this is what's going to happen. We're going to lose a piece of the bay. So I don't know how much we want to do this. A lot of us are here for the view of the bay. We really appreciate it. I think we have just a few more. So this is from looking from the ocean at the property. You can see the netting and the poles, and you can see what's there right now. And if they are allowed to do this, this is what it will look like from ocean view. I'm just, I'm not an artist, but I'm just following the story poles. But you'll see that it's going to be different. There is going to be some sort of blockage from there. So this is where they want to put the elevator shaft. This is the current staircase. You can see it again, the poles and the netting. And this is where they want to put an elevator and a staircase. And if you look right next door, there's a door for their neighbors to egress. And it's going to be very, very tight. I don't know how emergency or rescue is going to be able to safely access that. So I think that's something that should be considered. And is that the last one? That's the last one. Okay, so I just think that this project doesn't really, I'm over my time, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Please come forward. We have chairs, empty chairs in the front. Welcome.
I'm Marion Morelli and I live at 700 Briggs Avenue, number 6 in Pacific Grove. And I am opposing granting a use permit to exceed allowable height limits and setbacks for an exterior elevator shaft that is masquerading as a chimney to meet municipal code requirements, which do not seem applicable to elevator shafts, especially a shaft which has more than double the 20 square feet at any cross section allowable for chimneys. And if you note on the slide, is that up the drawing with the chimney in orange and just the drawing. The Architectural Review Board unanimously denied the use permit and variance needed for this massive exterior elevator shaft and said an interior access to the roof deck should be used. Now, to meet building codes, the applicant has added an exterior enclosed stairs that gives access to the second floor and the roof decks. Therefore, it gives them the ability to have a stair chairlift if they desire. The ARB further concluded in their unanimous denial that one, variances are for extraordinary needs. The elevator shaft violates too many design guidelines. The height and setbacks don't comply to the codes, which the ARB has a duty to follow. The elevator shaft is not compatible with existing development. The shaft unnecessarily encroaches on neighbors' views because height limits would be extended while the applicants enjoy an unbroken view from their windows. The shaft violates the city's own architectural review guidelines for single-family residences, good neighbor considerations regarding adjacent tall masses, visual impact, and maintenance of views. The attitude perceived at the Planning Commission was everything's out of conformance in this neighborhood. What's one more variance? Generally, when one undertakes major remodeling, one is required to bring the property up to code, not to further compound the non-compliance. The hope is to improve the neighborhood, not further degrade it. When we buy a house with a view, we expect to maintain it when height limits are set that allows this. When people buy a lot with an existing house, they are aware of the codes and should not assume they can use variances and use permits to circumvent codes. As citizens, we rely on the city to enforce its codes. We ask you to deny the use permit and variance on this property.
Thank you.
Good evening. Darren Tinsley, 700 Briggs, number 8. First, I'd like to thank everybody that took the opportunity to drive by and take a look at the site. I hear a lot of complaints when I listen to city council meetings about people feeling like they weren't being heard. And I really feel that people put the time into this, and I sincerely appreciate it. As a retired real estate professional and having managed many, many properties, also being a survivor of the Oakland Hills fire, I tend to look at all of these things from a liability standpoint, from a fire and emergency standpoint. The property is currently a non-conforming structure. This proposal would make it more non-conforming and create some serious emergency and fire protection access issues. The last slide that showed, really pointed out how narrow that space is and how much narrower it's going to get. The proposal to reduce the already non-conforming 6-foot setback to a 1-foot setback, but it's not really 1 foot because of the obstruction of the sign that's on the street, which I guess could be moved. But if the rear neighbor also had the same setback, it'd be virtually impossible to get back there if you needed to get back there. All fires start small. And we're really in a time and period where we're seeing more and more catastrophic urban wildfires. And with the winds that we get, I think that's something that we might end up dealing with in Pacific Grove, the way that they had to deal with in Big Sur and in Carmel. Saying that this property has access from both Ocean View and the other side street doesn't mean that there's emergency access from both sides. Additionally, what I like to say is we keep coming back to this thing, the Mermaid District. Mermaid's only about 2.5 blocks long. The part that's really kind of funky is going to be that southern part that at one time had backed up to the railroad yard. I understand that those were all little fishing cottages. Some of them still look like little fishing cottages. And over the years, you know, when we couldn't live in 600 square foot, 1-bathroom homes, some of them have grown, but that doesn't encompass that whole sliver that we're talking about. We're really talking about a few small, outdated homes, older homes. So that's what I got to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, members of the council. My name is Paul Bruno. I'm here on behalf of my mom and my dad. I consider PG my hometown. I moved here in '77 in the 7th grade, PG High, class of '82. This is our family's hometown. Dad's 84, mom's 81. When Dad started planning this, it was one of these days we might need an elevator when we moved to the Ocean View house. But now it's a little more, probably more of a necessity. Dad's not here tonight because 3 months ago he was happy playing golf. Since then he's had some cancer treatment and had emergency heart bypass surgery last week, unexpected, and he's recovering. And so that elevator might be something needed sooner rather than later. So someone said, and for what was the quote? It's extravagant and unnecessary. Well, actually, I don't think it's that extravagant and that unnecessary for my parents. They're happy and relatively healthy, but they are getting older. We're familiar with Monarch Pines. I grew up on Jewel overlooking the Monarch Pines Park. My grandmother lived there until she passed away at 96. My aunt and uncle have a home there. My other aunt lives there. We've been good neighbors to Monarch Pines, and my parents took into account their concerns in doing this design. My grandmother lived to 96. My mom's 81. That means mom might have another 15 years. This elevator is important to her. Mom likes to garden. That lot does not have much landscaping. And to spend her latter years up on that roof gardening in the cold, in the wind, she gardens now. They both garden. In fact, the doctor was surprised, wondered what those things on my dad's arm were. Those were muscles from digging. So they still garden, and they're going to continue to. So why is this important? Because mom and dad want to be here in PG, round out their years, and enjoy their life. And being on a rooftop deck in their garden is pretty important. And an elevator to get there is pretty important. It's not extravagant. They took into account the neighbors' concerns. Unfortunately, some people in the public are not architects or engineers, and some of their understanding of story poles is a little misguided. If you look back at the pictures, look at the netting, that's what the view shed is. Even the picture that had the big red thing isn't accurate. Your staff understands what's accurate. That's why staff has I believe, recommended denying the appeal. That's appropriate. So I want to thank you. This is a great town. My parents wouldn't want to do anything. They restored the building on Lighthouse. They got awards for it. They love this town. They don't want to do anything bad. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, now moving on, the applicant rebuttal. Ms. Byrne, would you like to, you have 5 minutes.
Well, for openers, I have no idea what to say based on some of those diagrams that were so completely distorted. The top of the poles were not the flags, and when you look at the pictures, clearly the flag was barely discernible. Somebody made the comment that this was posing as a chimney. We are not posing it as a chimney whatsoever. That's a separate statement in that code item. Like I said before, variances and use permits are to allow the use of the property and the enjoyment that's similar to the surrounding properties. And yes, Mermaid is a funny little district all on its own, but it's interesting that the appellants are all from Monarch Pines, which is some distance away from what the project actually is. So I'm a little floored about that. Could you bring up, Mr. Cedar? We did a elevation from Moss Avenue, looking at the project and the building next door to it. Could you bring that up? You can't. Well, unfortunately, we didn't do handouts because we were told we cannot pass handouts, unlike, I didn't see what they passed out to you, but that's
Sorry,
not
which
accurate.
which diagram did you want displayed? We
Well,
have,
if you look through your packet,
it's page 178. Could you
can you put that up in
the
the
packet on the screen, page 178? It has the proposed elevation that shows the elevator shaft.
our drawing.
Oh, your drawing.
Can you do that?
These are the existing elevations.
Yes. Mhm.
It shows building behind.
Can you put, oh. Okay. Well,
Down through. Wow. That. So if you look at this
182.
Elevation, this shows that this area is completely open.
well, 182 or 178.
It's 182.
Sorry about that. Sure. If you look at the top, there's a roof line, but this is open. The only thing that's enclosed is this elevator shaft right here. And this shows you the height of the building next door, which essentially is the same height as what we're going to end up with. And the 2-foot extension on the elevator shaft is covered by the code, the 2364-120. So there's essentially the same access as what the existing enclosed staircase is. The existing staircase that will be enclosed. And this chimney extends far above the 25 feet. So I'll give you back your page. Anyway, I think that the overall effect is that we are improving the overall look of the building. We are conscious of the elevation from Ocean View, which is the public view. And if you look at the before and after elevations on your packet, I think you would see that the new elevations are certainly a benefit and an upgrade from what's there. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, we're now to the appellant rebuttal, 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, my sympathies for the health of the applicant's family and the need for a wheelchair. I have met family members who use a wheelchair, and I realize some of the limitations that comes with. So there is definitely sympathy, and for these reasons can be very compelling. However, they are legally irrelevant. The reason for their wanting wheelchair access to the rooftop is not something that should be part of your considerations tonight. Secondly, we live very close to this site. It's my dad would have said spitting distance. We get 300-foot notices, so it's not like this is far away. There's some of the pictures you may not have felt like the applicant may not have felt like they were as accurate as possible, but they really show. They block the view that is there, and the netting doesn't show it very well because it's essentially transparent. So it's kind of hard to see unless you do a little bit of trying to imagine the netting being solid. And with that, I ask you to engage with me on a little, if you still have the document that shows your ordinance, the use permit provisions, engage with me, please, in a little bit of statutory interpretation. So first of all, there's nothing in this ordinance that provides for elevators, absolutely nothing. So an only way that you could, by interpretation, say that you might want to apply it to an elevator is to say that it's similar to a chimney or a cupola or a flagpole and treat it the same way. And then I just heard the applicant's architects say that they limited this to no more than 2 feet above the applicable limit because this use permit provision provides for no more than 2 feet above the 25-foot height limit. So if you look at that in this sentence, the highlighted sentence in the middle, it says no height more than 2 feet above the applicable limit. That sentence starts out with chimneys. Again, we're not talking about elevators. There's nothing in this ordinance that says elevators. It says chimneys and similar structures. And then the sentence says, no portion of a chimney which extends above the height limit in any R district shall have an area over 20 square feet at any cross section. So if you are going to say that this elevator, which is not listed in the provision, that this provision is going to be interpreted to treat an elevator like a chimney, then the chimney restriction, you are treating this like a chimney in the ordinance. And that provides for 2 limitations. One is the only 2 feet over the height limit, which they modified. It's not because they were asked to do that by any of the other, they modified that because that fits within this provision, but they left out the part of the sentence that also would apply to any chimney-like structure, like an elevator, that limits it to 20 square feet at any cross section. So I think if going to interpret this ordinance to include an elevator, it also means that you have to interpret the same restrictions to apply to it and not have the bulk and the mass of a 49 square foot massive provision, a massive elevator towering over the other structures. And I think finally, it's really important, I think, to provide some respect for both the community and the process that you're really charged with
implementing, which is that we have a lot of faith in what's the zoning that applies to Pacific Grove. And we hope you will uphold that respect and apply it in this case. Allow them to build their remodel, but they don't need the outside elevator to access this rooftop. They can get everything else that they need without the elevator. So thank you for your time. Any questions? I'm available. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're now, that's closing the information part of this hearing, and then we'll go on to council questions and dialogue. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Beck looks like she's ready.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. This is always interesting when something like this comes to council because we're not on the planning commission or architectural review, but I think we've done enough research here. I have a couple of questions, and this might be for the applicant. And maybe for the appellant, just to understand too, on those story poles, that truly the top of the pole is not where the elevator shaft is going. Is that correct? It's just the orange netting. Because I think everyone needs to understand.
Councilmember Beck, could I have the applicant and the appellant, could you please sit here in the front row? I think we're going to have a few questions of you that'll.
And maybe even bring up the photo so that we can all understand the story pole. And I think it was one of the speakers from the audience that had the story poles. Can we bring those photos up, Mr. Sador? But I think one of the speakers did have, from the audience did have the photos. And then my other question while they're pulling those up too is interior elevator. Could we just hypothetically, can we talk about that just for a few minutes? So interior elevator going up to the rooftop, would that eliminate the mass on the exterior?
It would still require the same height, whether it was interior or exterior, but the problem with the interior, these are fairly small apartments. And if you do it on the interior, the lower apartment would be maybe a studio, but not really. What one of their reasoning is that they may end up needing a caretaker for the lower unit. Anyway, it doesn't really solve what seems to be the big issue, which is the height. And it would actually put it more into the visible range from Ocean View. So the top of the poles were simply the top of the poles. The netting is the height that we're talking about, right? And so the diagrams with the shaded areas were so incredibly inaccurate.
So that's what we're looking at right now, one of the photos. So just so everyone understands, and if you can look at it too, Jeannie, is the very top of the pole is truly the pole. That's not the
pole.
location.
That's right.
Right.
It's
So just
the
where the
netting.
orange netting is, correct?
And if you look at the orange netting on the right-hand side, that is well below the height limit, and that's approximately the height of the glass railing. So the glass also makes it more visible.
So currently the structure is 20 feet. We can go up to 25 feet.
Right, and we have actually reduced the floor level of the deck by a couple of feet because there's a fairly substantial, people call it attic area from the finished ceiling to the what's now the finished roof line.
Okay.
And so we had the opportunity to lower that roof deck as well, which really does minimize any impact. So the only impact then is this 2 feet. And I don't know why they're trying to compare it to a chimney, because clearly that maybe Mr. Sedor can read that actual section out of the code, because there is one statement at the end of it that says for a chimney, and it's only for the chimney. And the rest of it indicates mechanical equipment, et cetera.
The other question I have, just because I went through a elevator inspection today after about 6 months, the state finally finalized it. So my concern would be the location of it. And have you talked to fire as far as it being the size that you need for a gurney? Would you need a gurney to fit in there, being it's only 2 stories?
Well, it actually would fit like a wheelchair, which is what most of them are designed for. The personal elevators don't necessarily fit a gurney.
Mhm. But there's the additional exterior staircase for fire, correct? If they need to get
That's an
in.
exit staircase from the deck, from the roof deck. But it's
So,
over top of the existing staircase.
okay, so if there's an emergency on the second floor or on the rooftop and we need to put a gurney in this elevator, would they be able to do that? Or how would they be able to
Well,
get
it's-
to?
You know, most people would come down in a wheelchair, and if it was a gurney, they could use the exit stairs.
So there will be staircase.
There's an emergency exit staircase.
Okay, and it takes all the way up from the rooftop down.
Well, it comes from the rooftop to the second floor. And then
Okay.
you would
I
come
think that would be my concern. Just the fact that, how do you get from the second floor down to the ground level if
Well,
there's
it
an
would be the same
emergency?
difference if your elevator only went to the second floor. You would have the same problem because you'd still have to go down a staircase.
Exactly. So, and there's no staircase down to the first floor?
Yes, there's,
Okay, from,
that's what, the existing unenclosed staircase will be enclosed so that they have the opportunity to, if they need to get up the staircase, like when it's raining or whatever.
okay, all the way from the ground floor.
Yes,
Okay. There is a staircase.
there is a staircase.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm probably not going to have any I'm just going to make a statement, Ms. Burns. So if you'd like to have a seat, get comfortable, that'd be fine by me. Looking at the photographs, what we have to do up here is we have to balance everything. We got to balance there's going to be a variance. We got to balance the concerns of everybody. But, I don't want to leave too much mystery to it. I feel that the project does balance concerns. I feel it does not impact the views as much as has been stated by the appellants. I feel I've seen up here on Planning Commission and also on the council for the last 10 years, almost 10 years, I've seen projects that have a much greater view impact. I also know that it's not a legal objection. And I am not compelled by the legal objections raised. I think that the project is going to improve the structure, and it does well to mitigate some of the impacts to view by having different levels as far as the elevator elevation and kind of the roof elevation. So to me, it's not, it doesn't catch my eye. I think the staff also did a great job just analyzing each component in I think I'm on the wrong report. Okay, here we go. Each component of the appeal and going through it point by point. And also, we have these subordinate bodies, right? So that, the subordinate bodies have done their jobs. And the most recent one was the Planning Commission, who decided that the Planning Commission, which this is one of their chief duties to look at things like this, decided to reverse the decision of the ARB. And so I look to their expertise for, when they send us something, I give it a lot of credibility. This is what they do all the time. And so for those reasons, I'm supportive of the staff recommendation, which is to deny this appeal and allow the appellants or the applicants to move forward with the project. Thank you very much.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate staff very much for answering the questions I had because I always want to make sure that I understand all of the actual regulations we're dealing with. I think that, well, this is sort of a double-edged sword. I feel like it's important that we follow our codes and follow our regulations. And part of that is verifying what those codes and regulations are. So I appreciate that. And one thing that's become even more unclear after discussion tonight is the idea of, so if elevators are not included under the category that says chimneys, et cetera. And so so we have this kind of discrepant thing that I want to make sure we understand as we discuss it is if we're using the regulation that you can go 2 feet above the 25 feet ordinance for things such as a chimney, does that apply to elevators, or is there somewhere else in the code that does specifically apply to elevators that then would not have that 20 square foot? Because I kind of had the same thought that if you apply getting a height variance because of that, but then it doesn't apply to the square footage, that seemed discrepant to me as well, but there may be another code.
Yes, Councilmember McDonald. So that code section for staff's interpretation and city past practice, that code section does apply to elevator shafts or elevator towers. And the for the plain language of the code section, the 20 square foot limitation would only apply to chimneys or chimney flues or shafts. So it would not apply to an elevator shaft.
And I guess my concern with that would be if we're using one part of the code, if the idea of us writing the code is that we want to say, okay, if you're going to go above our height restriction, then we need to limit it to a certain size, which what we established whenever we did that was 20 square feet. And then we suddenly say, okay, well, an elevator, it does apply by that. And that's why we'll give you the 2 extra feet in height, but then that doesn't apply to 20 square feet. I think that's where I get into the challenge of how do we remedy that discrepancy? Because then you can start having these protuberances being taller and taller. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. If we're saying it applies for the height, why doesn't it also apply for the square footage? And I don't know if it's just because we had a precedent for that or.
Councilmember McDonald, there actually is a fairly recent precedent for a use permit to allow an elevator shaft to exceed the height limit of the district. And that was for the recent amendment adopted by the city council or approved by the city council, I believe in March or April of 2022 for the PG Hotel. And that allowed the elevator shaft to exceed the 40-foot height limit in the commercial district by, I believe, over 3 feet. And there was also no square footage limitation identified at that time either.
Okay, so that's something that we've actually done because that's one thing I think that's important to do here is if we're going to uphold one part of an interpretation, it seems like we need to apply that equally, but it sounds like that has then already been addressed and is on our books then. Okay, thank you very much for that. And then I guess where my biggest concern is, and it comes to the same thing as like, yes, it's a non-conforming area and I totally understand why it's small. And I totally appreciate families wanting to come here and spend their lives here. So I always want to look at how do we create win-wins and make sure that the applicant has what they need, but the appellants aren't affected by it. And there probably are appellants potentially affected that go beyond who's here today. But I'm particularly concerned, and I just want to make sure we address it because I think it is something that needs to be on the books, the non-conforming building coverage. So we have a code that says allowed building coverage is 50% of a lot, and the allowed site coverage is 60% of a lot, correct? But currently, this particular property already has a non-conforming building coverage of 77.4%, and that would increase to 86.3%, which is 50 by code. And the non-conforming site coverage would go from 92.0% to 92.7% when the code allows for 60%. And in light of, we talk about our recent storms, rainwater floods, runoff, part of the importance of having impervious surfaces is that there is a place for rainwater to go back into the catchments, the water table, and not create more storms. I'm really concerned about setting a precedence where we take something that's non-conforming and grant further non-conformance that takes it almost to edge of property. So that's part of my concern here. It's like, if we keep going greater than our code allows, at what point do we stop until everyone's to the edge of their borders? But there are actually ecological concerns associated with it as well. And so I feel like we're kind of ignoring that aspect of the proposal. And my impression was that might be why the ARB originally recommended requiring it to be within the current footprint. And so that's probably one of my biggest concerns. And so that would have me hesitant to approve the variance. It sounds like maybe the elevator we don't have, and thank you very much actually for clarifying that it only goes to the top of the netting, not all the way to the top of the poles. And I think we've established that that is correct. So that's at least reassuring. But the other thing I would say is, if council agrees to approve it, the other thing that hasn't been brought up is this is the coastal zone. And actually somebody did bring it up. So thank you. Somebody else noticed my point as well. This is right near all of the migratory and shorebirds. And we're talking about putting a glass balcony. And I would want to make sure, I was told that we can include something in the approvals that would account for having bird strike rejection window treatments. And so if it did get approved, I would definitely want to include that as part of the approval going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Colletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, let's look at code section 2364-120. So it seems like this is a height limit exception. Do we agree on that, Mr. Sador? We're going to 27 feet where the district allows 25 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if we accept that there is a height limit exception, what in 2364-120 best defines an elevator shaft? Would it be a mechanical appurtenance? We've got options for chimneys, cupolas, flagpoles, monuments, water tanks, clock towers, and similar structures and mechanical appurtenances.
Councilmember Coletti, if you look at the title of that section, it does say height limits, chimneys, flagpoles, towers, etc.
That's right.
And then it goes, it begins by saying chimneys, cupolas, flagpoles, monuments, radio, and other towers, water tanks, and similar structures.
Yes.
And mechanical appurtenances may be permitted in excess of height limits, provided a use permit is first obtained in each case. So an elevator shaft or elevator tower would fall within the language of this code section as a tower or similar structure, and elevator shafts or towers are also could be considered a mechanical appurtenance.
Okay, so your interpretation is that this elevator, proposed elevator, is a mechanical appurtenance.
Well, I'm just stating that it falls in staff's interpretation, it falls within the meaning of this code section.
Well, you said plain language earlier. There's no plain language in here that says elevator. So what classifies that structure? Is it a mechanical appurtenance?
Well, it would definitely be considered a tower, and it could also be considered a mechanical appurtenance.
Okay, so let's define what appurtenance means. What does appurtenance mean? We need to have a definition. So if you look at Cornell law, appurtenance means or refers to something that, while technically detachable, is so fundamental to something else that it should be regarded as part of the whole. So that means that entire tower, or that entire elevator is one continuous structure, correct?
The appurtenance is not defined in the Pacific Grove Municipal Code. However, I will look under mechanical as well to see if it's defined there.
I just want to know what we're approving.
Councilmember Clay, while you're seem to be researching that, or Mr. Sador, should we go on to someone else?
Well, they can research that. I can continue on, I suppose. So I guess what's driving the variance? Can we agree that it's the elevator that's driving the variance, or what is driving the variance for this particular application?
So Councilmember Coletti, the variance would be for the building and site coverage in the rear setback.
Okay,
The
not
use
the,
per-
go ahead.
Not the height, no.
Not the height.
The use permit would be for the height of the elevator shaft or tower. And appurtenance or mechanical appurtenance is not defined in the Pacific Grove Municipal Code. So that would be at the discretion of the city council as to whether or not an elevator, tower, or shaft would be included in the definition of this code section or in the language of this code section. And however, again, as I mentioned earlier, based on past city practice, this code section would apply to an elevator tower or elevator shaft.
Yeah, I think we do have to make that finding. And that's going to kind of get me to the next point. But I think appurtenance means that it's technically detachable, like an HVAC system. And we spoke to appurtenances for the ATC when we dealt with the implementation plan for our LCP for allowing mechanical appurtenances at the ATC at 8 feet. One of the conditions though to allow a mechanical appurtenance was that public views are not significantly impacted when you do allow that. And apparently we have quite a bit of testimony today that says there are views that are going to be impacted. And one of the things that's very difficult with this is the plan set that's been presented are just two-dimensional drawings. I'm having a very hard time understanding what the real visual impacts are going to be. There are no 3D models in the plan set. There's been no real renderings presented. I mean, maybe you gave some to staff and they aren't able to show up on the slides today, but I need that information as a decision maker. I need that information to decide what exactly are the visual impacts, because I think that's where this hinges, because we're being asked to adopt a variance. And in the staff report, there is specific language about what is, the code section for approving a variance. And we have to make 3 fundamental findings required for approval. One is that it will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood. So the question is impacts to visual resources injurious to property? And how can we make a finding that they're not? Since we have to, in adopting a variance, well, let me just back up. If this project did not require a variance, it would be easy to approve, but it does require a variance. And variances are not meant to be easy to approve. You have to have 3 specific findings to do it. And it means this property is so exceptional that there is nothing in our municipal code that covers the intended use, the proposed use. And so you have to make findings. So I would like to know how we're going to make a finding that the proposed visual obstruction is not injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, I guess. And are there proposed findings in the to be compliant with our municipal code? Are there proposed findings to approve a variance, to approve this variance? And where are they, I guess?
I believe it is in the agenda packet, the findings for the staff recommendation. They're in the, resolution. What page is that?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so you're looking at findings in the resolution That's for 2376-0, and then, yeah, for use permit B4. Yep. So the proposed variance will accommodate the elevator shaft to provide access to the second story of the duplex and to the roof deck. Most of the elevator shaft would be placed over existing impervious surface site coverage. Granting said variance under the circumstances of this particular case will not materially detrimental, I think you meant will not be materially detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood. I guess I have a hard time making that finding because I'm hearing from the property owners that are surrounding it that it is going to be injurious to the neighborhood as far as view sheds and sight lines. And we don't have 3D drawings. We don't have renderings. We have a 2D 2D plan set. So I don't think we ever got to the definition of appurtenance. Maybe we never will. But I'm not inclined to support. Thank you.
Councilman Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff for putting this together. I did sit on the ARB for quite a while. And I know like these, when it comes to views, it's not just folks by the ocean that have these kind of issues. I would say it's all over Pacific Grove, and we have taken a stance, I would say, to say that we're going to comply things with the code. So when I look at this, I view this as a couple of things. One is there is in fact, it's written on the agenda item that due to the small lot sizes in the area, multiple properties in the vicinities have non-conforming development, and either use permits or variances have been approved on these properties for similar type of changes. And that is exactly how the city has operated, not only here, all throughout the town, where we are making things consistent. At some point in time, the city arrived at a certain code, and whatever was non-conforming before then is treated a different way. So that's what we're doing here too. So I do not have an objection on the views. Neither do I have an objection on the section code 2364-120, because ultimately what I see this as, this is subjective, and what we do not have are objective standards. So that's something that the council or maybe the city can work towards to see how we can impose objective standards moving forward for everything. Because otherwise this becomes a matter of interpretation, and it's English. You can interpret it either way you want. And then finally, I would say that knowing that this has been blessed by the Architectural Review Board, by the Planning Commission, we have these bodies in place to do exactly this. And knowing that this has been vetted by multiple commissions, I'm supportive of staff recommendation in moving this forward. Thank you.
Well, I'll add that this is this must be a painful process for everybody. It's time consuming, it's costly, and fundamentally it's what we've just been talking about is changes to the code. I believe a vast majority of people come to City Hall with projects that follow the code, and hopefully it's all objective and it's clear cut. And the projects that require variances then require all this discussion, and there's always good reasons for the variances, and then there's the opportunity for appeal and more discussion. Yeah, this is not a good situation. I appreciate getting the information about the variances in the neighborhood. I just note of the 7 or so houses immediately surrounding this property, 2 of them do have variances, different types of variances. And I note that this particular property already has many variances. Just sorry. One more here. the existing development is non-conforming with regard to front setbacks, side setbacks, rear setback, building coverage, site coverage, lot size, and required parking. And then this project would, let's see, would make it more non-conforming on rear setback, building coverage, and site coverage, as well as height. So this just exacerbates the issue of variances and coming to all the various bodies and appeals. And then we're just looking at, as Councilmember Pedori says, the code then becomes subjective. And I don't think that's a good place for us to be. You can tell from my comments. The key point here is the elevator, and that seems to be the point of contention. As a compromise, I would see going ahead with, if the project came to us again with, I could see allowing all the other non-conforming criteria, with the exception of height, which is the issue with the neighbors. So at this point, I think it's a yes or no. I'll turn to our city attorney. Is that correct? We're either upholding or we're denying the appeal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, so in that regard, because it doesn't conform to the height, in spite of the sort of reinterpretation, the code can always be reinterpreted by somebody, but 25 feet is 25 feet. And so I would uphold the appeal. Who else wants to speak? Well, Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you. I would actually make a motion to
Randy,
approve.
just 1 minute. I do notice that in the options of your agenda report, this is at 150, you were provided with these options. 1 was to deny the appeal. 2 is to approve the appeal. The 3rd is to direct the applicant to revise the proposed project subject to council direction. So given that this was one of the options that was included in your agenda packet, I would revise what or at least maybe clarify my previous answer to say that, yes, you can uphold the appeal or you can deny it, but you also have the other option of directing the applicant to revise the proposed project subject to council direction.
All right. Well, thank you for that add. So my proposal to council is the 3rd one, direct the applicant to revise the proposed project subject to council direction, which would be to not exceed the height limit of 25 feet. And I'm not sure if the elevator would still need a use permit. I guess that would be fine. Just not exceed the height. Anyhow, that's my proposal.
I'll second that.
Councilman Pedori.
I'd like to discuss the motion. Mr. Sador, what happens if the elevator is reduced from 27 to 25? I mean, is the elevator going to exist? What is the impact?
Councilmember Peduri, so if the height of the elevator shaft were to be reduced to 25 feet or less, then there would be no need for the use permit. It would just be the architectural permit and the variance for the rear setback and the site and building coverage.
Okay, I think I need to rephrase this. Does this impact because it impacts the design, will the elevator still, from a functional perspective, will the elevator still function with 25 feet? Why was it 27 feet? Why was the extra 2 feet there?
I believe the additional 2 feet were required to allow access to the roof deck. Elevator access to the roof deck. However, even a landing for stairs, if it were to be enclosed, may also exceed the height limit. So I think I would defer to the architect to identify possible alternatives, design alternatives.
Okay, so, can I ask the question to the architect then, related to what are this design change that is being considered by council, 27 to 25 feet for the elevator? In your view, what kind of impacts do you think, or do you foresee?
It would eliminate the elevator going to the roof deck. So it would only go to the second floor. So then any access to the roof deck would be stairs.
Got it. Is that the only impact?
Well, that would be if the council would consider doing the variance for the setback, then we could still access the second floor with the elevator, but it would not go to the roof deck. And so the 27 feet, the extra 2 feet would not be an issue. There would be no use permit.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
But if you wanted it continued, we can take a look at that. But I would like to know if the architectural and the variants are approved, and then we can figure out how we can readjust the elevator as far as the height.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council discussion,
Question for the city attorney.
please?
I just want to make sure that we don't leave them without a project. So I want to, should the applicant just mentioned in relation to approving certain aspects of tonight's material and leaving only the height issue to continuation. So I'd like to try to do that.
Well, the way I understood the motion, the motion was to use option 3 and was to direct the applicant to revise the proposed project such that the elevator could be no higher than 25 feet.
Yeah.
Is that, did I
Let
correctly
me
state?
revise. So the project would not exceed the 25-foot limit, height limit.
Correct.
And
You mean the
Councilmember
entire-
Day.
As opposed to, I specifically called out the elevator. Is there something else that's going about?
The stairs enclosure.
Okay. All right, so the motion is no higher than 25 feet, whether it's an elevator, stairs, or rope or whatever.
Right, I understand that, but what about the documentation?
Where does it go? Does it go back to the ARB?
Well, I think I'd throw this one to Mr. Sedor. Would then, I understood you to say they wouldn't need the use permit because they're not going above 25 feet. Then the variances, what would be left of this project then in terms of council approval tonight? What have they approved? They've not approved the use permit to go to 27. What is it that's left of this project that would be approved by the council tonight?
So based on the current design, but yet reducing the height of the elevator, the remaining permits would be an architectural permit for the exterior work that's proposed and a variance for an increase to the site coverage, the building coverage, and a reduction of the rear setback.
So what he said.
I would make a substitute motion if I have to, or
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You could amend your motion.
well, I was talking about the mayor's motion.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Substitute motion.
So the substitute motion would be to track with Mr. Sedor's comments relating to the 2 items that we can approve tonight, that we would approve those, and then we would take up the mayor's motion on the height. Is that?
I don't
Councilmember Coletti is.
think I don't think we can approve the architectural permit. We might be able to approve it a variance, but that would, I don't know if that would be a recommendation of staff. Does that make your, it's going to have to come back to us, I guess, is the final,
Yeah,
we're the last
I-
one
I-
to change,
I
right?
think
It
it is,
says, I jump in. If we go with this option 3 as proposed, then I believe the project does come back to council because we're the ones, the body that asked for these revisions. So Councilmember McDonald.
And in order to avoid a friendly amendment, could we add to that something about putting bird protective glass? Because I think that's very important for anything that we are building in the coastal zone so that we don't end up having a lot of bird strike. And
Could we make that a suggestion?
well, if we make it a
To the
suggestion, it
applicant.
very likely won't happen. So that always makes me nervous when we make a suggestion that doesn't get implemented.
Okay, Ms. Byrne, please.
Okay, that was just what I would like to have on the record, that we would definitely request that they take into account having bird protective glass.
Well, it would have to be, at this point, it would have to be a motion. You'd have to make a substitute a motion.
Mine's
No, the-
withdrawn. Mine's
the-
withdrawn.
Yeah, the motion, I made the motion, Councilmember Beck seconded it. It's option 3 is again, to direct the applicant to revise the proposed project with a height not to exceed 25 feet.
Friendly amendment to request
Well,
that, or is
it's
it?
a substitute and there
Would be a
really isn't
substitute
a.
My suggestion is that you vote on that motion and then if Councilmember McDonald wants to make another motion, she
Okay.
does that.
Okay.
Mayor
Art?
Peak. Staff has a question. Would that be a continuation to a date certain?
Well, no, it's up to the applicant, the amount of time that the applicant needs to revise. So as soon as the applicant's ready, we should hear it. No interest in holding the project up any further than it's already been held up. So
Yeah, it's just in terms of noticing if it's continued to a date certain, then
why don't we?
additional noticing would not be required.
Why don't we let yourself, staff and the applicant discuss that and then set a date and you can decide when you need to do the noticing instead of council trying to.
I think what
create the
Mr. Cedar is
process.
going for is that if you continue it to a date certain, you don't have to renotice it, the public hearing. So what you could do is continue it to, as I believe, is continue it to a date, in December, January, and then if you, if that's not sufficient, it could be continued to another date and then you renotice it, but it may not be practical to do that.
Anyone's pleasure. I'll ask the applicant, architect Jeannie Byrne, do you want this on a specific date?
Well, we don't have the owner here, so it's hard to have a
Right.
specific date. And it seems like if you're going to use the same noticing, you would have to rewrite it anyway to adjust for any adjustments we make.
Okay, thank you.
Is that true?
Thank you.
We'll call for the
So just to be clear, this is the whole project, or are you approving the architectural and the variance?
We're approving the whole project.
Not
No,
approved.
no.
No.
Oh,
I'm
I'll
sorry.
take that.
I'm sorry. No. Sorry.
You're returning the whole project. to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm brain freeze, right? Thank you. Too many questions flying. Okay. I think, is everybody clear on the motion? And let's have a roll call vote here, just to be very clear.
Mayor Peak. Councilmember Beck,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
No.
Councilmember Emilio absent.
All right, motion passes 5 ayes, 1 no, and 1 absent. All right. And that brings us to the usual time for a break. Let's take a recess until 8:12. I'm sorry, 8:22. I'm just Okay, let's resume. And
Recording in progress.
let's resume. We're now on to item 11B, memorandum of understanding between the City of Pacific Grove and the Management Employees Association. And we have Katie Sutro online.
Thank you, Mayor
Welcome.
Peak. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, I'm Katie Sator from the City Attorney's Office. I'm a labor and employment partner, and I've been working in a lead role with Tori and Letitia on the negotiations for MEA. So I'm handling the presentation, and I have a PowerPoint. If we could have that put up, please. Thank you. So again, this item 11B regards the resolution to adopt a memorandum of understanding with the city's Management Employees Association. Next slide, please. So just some highlights. There's a lot more detail in the staff report in the agenda, but some of the key negotiated items are that we were able to reach a deal on a 3-year contract. So from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. It includes a cost of living adjustment of 3% for each of the fiscal years 2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025, and 2025 to 2026. There had been a study done for the city regarding these positions that determined that when you looked at the total compensation, that they were more than 95% below market. And again, this is addressed in more detail in the agenda report. But for those few positions, they will receive a incremental increase to get them up to 95% in 23 and 24. We are seeing increases quite significant in amount for CalPERS medical. So there's an agreed increase to health benefits for employees who are enrolled at the Employee Plus One level. They will increase in the first year from $1,300 to $1,400 received from the city. Toward their health premiums. For Employees Plus Family, it will increase from $1,600 to $1,825 as the city's contribution. And then for the additional 2 years, additional modest increases for those 2 enrollment levels. Next slide, please. So some other negotiated items. In the past, there had been a difference in the amount of accrual of floating holidays for employees based on their hire date. Which resulted in some employees accruing 6 floating holidays and some employees accruing fewer than that. The agreement was to remove that differential so that all employees will now accrue 6 floating holidays. The city also has an existing match for employees who are contributing to deferred compensation. So this is paid only to employees who are contributing on their own. The match had been $50 per pay period for the city previously, and the agreement is to increase that to $100. So again, the employee would have to contribute up to $100 for the city to match up to that $100. The city is implementing a new bilingual pay, which is limited to Spanish-speaking employees. So after employees have been identified as eligible for the pay, they can undergo a test, and if they pass the test, then they will begin to receive $200 a month after the first pay period. The city also currently has a fitness program in place. Currently, it involves elements of testing and other components that are employee specific. The agreement was to change it to a fitness reimbursement program. So it's up to $500 for this group to pay for gym memberships or other sort of fitness related subscriptions. Lastly, the prior negotiation had included having employees contribute towards the city share for CalPERS, and the agreement includes continuation of employees paying a portion of the city's CalPERS payment. Next slide, please. So in terms of estimated fiscal impact beyond what has been already budgeted, we're looking at $39,800 annually for fiscal year 23-24, and for both the next 2 years, approximately $32,000 annually. Next slide. And that's it. As I mentioned, there's a lot more detail in the agenda packet, staff report. Didn't want to overwhelm the slides for these purposes.
Thank you. Public comment, please come forward. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Please come forward. We have empty seats. Welcome.
The agenda, that doesn't help everybody, and I'm not understanding why there was that shift. So at some time, if you could explain to us when you do those shifts, why they exist, it would be appreciated. Because other ones of us have obligations too. So something needs to be done, and it was and hopefully Mr. Bowman does this in community development, and some of these jobs are in there or close to there, or in the next item will be. That at some point in time, we have to look at some of these contracts we're going out for, because we're paying so much money now to the people that actually work in the city, that the contracts we're going out for that are incredibly exorbitant or start looking like a deal, but we don't have control over those people. It's like Monterey Fire Department. If you say, hey, Monterey Fire Department, you can't go out door to door and politic, they say, yes, we can, because we're not employees of the city of Pacific Grove. So now we have this, and these two contracts that we're doing are just like the other contracts we did. Why we are negotiating these things, I don't know. Why? Because you speak Spanish in the city of Pacific Grove. It's not like we're Salinas or something. Remember, even Marina. In the city of Pacific Grove, if you speak Spanish and you're, what? Let's say, you know, you're whatever job you're doing in Pacific Grove, now you're getting $2,400 more a year. These numbers are not correct. I go with Mr. Kubica's numbers much more than these numbers. This is just, somebody needs to audit these numbers, and we need to know what it's costing for CalPERS. We need a breakdown of how many people have family plans or getting the extra money for medical. And then it's at the end of the medical slide there, it said, this, you know, they're getting this much for insurance and something along the lines of, and maybe other money, you know, or reasonable money. So what is that? What is reasonable money? If medical goes up, we got to pay it. Also, if you're in the private sector and paying into Social Security yourself, risking losing money, employing people, you've got to pay 15% into Social Security of what you make. And everybody's acting like this is some incredible thing that employees are paying about half of what's being paid into their retirement for the rest of their lives. That is not capped anywhere near what Social Security is capped at. So please stop this. You should, right now, you should be freezing everything until the new city manager comes in and until we get an assessment as to what's going on here. Because stuff that's being done and the untoward stuff John Kell did, this is just out of hand. So hopefully we get a grip on it soon, and it starts with tonight and not giving these.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the public, and fellow staff. I'm George Hurst, Public Works employee, speaking tonight on behalf of the Management Employees Association. Thank you for working with our group towards this, the finalization of this agreement. We all know what a special, historic, idyllic town Pacific Grove is. And because of that uniqueness, we rely heavily on the institutional knowledge of our experienced employees. It is increasingly difficult for those employees to live in this area, and increasingly difficult for the city to retain those employees. The small changes in this agreement, not without cost, will better equip the city to retain and recruit the best employees to execute your direction and serve this wonderful community. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Mayor, could we bring one of the charts up where it showed what the yearly cost was? It'd be easier for me to explain what.
I don't have your charts.
No.
Oh, from
staff
the
charts.
presentation?
Yes.
Oh, this is for the next agenda item. Sorry, I think need to go back to the MEA.
The MEA.
Okay, the one that said 39,000. Next one.
There we go.
Thank you for letting me speak here. First of all, what I want to say is I totally believe that staff needs to have a good salary to maintain the cost of living. I also understand that we have 27% of the people who are over 65 in this town, many of them living on fixed income. We also have renters in this town who are just about making their rent, and we're increasing the salaries. You know, we need to maintain Pacific Grove and we need to maintain our employees. There has to be a balance. But taking a look at the chart that was presented in the middle of, on the bottom of the first page, it says that the annual cost for each COLA is projected to be $28,000. Then a few lines down, it says it's $15,000 for market cost of adjustment. So if I add 15 and 28, that comes to $44,000 on adding correctly. That's not $39,800. So the numbers are not correct being presented to you. And what I think the council needs to do is to dig into this as well as you dug into the last presentation, where you went step by step and dug into each line and try to understand what's going on here. We then have at the end of the presentation, we have $52,000, which is being added to unfunded liability, which is again a magic number. So whatever we have as an unfunded liability with the state of $44 or $52 million, we're adding $52,000 each year here for a total of $150,000 for these raises. And I don't understand how we can continue to do this. So please be prudent in our money. Please be prudent with what you're doing. I know we want to give people raises. We want to be fair. Where did the 95% come from? I've gone back and looked at that. It magically appeared in 2012. And then since then, it's been bandied around that we have to. What cities are we actually being evaluated with? The last time I saw that, it was presented, we were trying to evaluate our employees with Santa Cruz, which has a much larger budget, with the city of Salinas, which has a budget is over $1 billion. And we're taking that money and we're saying, okay, our little city of 15,000 people is trying to keep up with that. How can we continue to do this to our residents? So please be prudent in what your decisions are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. Council discussion. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I do appreciate the concerns of the public raises. And I think that because we've been in discussions that we have looked at this. And so I know we're unfortunately in unprecedented times where the cost of everything is going up, including the cost of getting employees. So we are definitely hearing the concerns of the public and taking that into account and trying to figure out how do we best serve the needs of our residents by having the staff we need in place to do that. So I just wanted to kind of make that aware that we do hear you and we do appreciate your comments and your concerns. So thank you.
Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I agree with Council Member McDonald as well. We appreciate our staff. We have staff members who have been with us a long time. I guess my concern is maybe as we get our new city manager in place, that we review all those contracts we have going out, saving some money there, putting it more on staff responsibility, and saving money in that area. So I kind of am going to go that direction, is that we work towards some of those contracts that we have out there that maybe we could better work with in-house. And justify the raises that we're putting out there to retain our staff. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you. I'm going to echo Councilmember Beck's comment about looking at outside contracting services like Four Leaf. I think that contract should be evaluated immediately and see if we can actually, now that we've got a new CDD director, I think the time is ripe for that to be reviewed. I do have this problem, and it's a reoccurring problem, that when the fiscal impacts are stated for these salary increases, we just don't get the complete picture. We get, and it's never described. I mean, there's not a footnote in the slide. It's like 40,000 or something like that. Mr. Kubica has presented a very well formatted table of costs that show this 3% COLA, and this is just for one management group. We've also done the GEA and the POA, is $261,000 after 3 years. That's a reoccurring cost. That's nearly the $300,000 we promised everyone we were going to get from cannabis, just one labor group. So I don't think, and I've never felt, that the council gets a full accounting of what the fiscal impacts are. And I will not be supporting this proposal.
I'll echo the Councilmember McDonald and Beck's comments. I'll also appreciate some of the comments from Councilmember Coletti. We need to look at all the time. We need to be looking at ways to do things more effectively, more efficiently. Where can we save costs? Where can we provide a quality service to the community? And appreciate very much the dedicated staff that we have, and they need to be well compensated. And Mr. First explained it quite well. We need to attract staff. We have obviously turnover. He mentioned the cost of housing, and we see it at the grocery store. It seems like every week the prices tick up. And so we need to compensate our city employees. So this is appreciation of the good work and that they're doing, and will continue to do so, and look for this compensation to bring on new folks. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
I'm prepared to move approval of the recommended action today.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And just one comment, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
I agree with the mayor. We have these rising costs, and this is the product of reasoned negotiation. We didn't just come up here tonight and staff put together a presentation and then vote on it. Like, we've been working on this for months. So, and we're very aware of the concerns that the public has about costs. And those have been vetted and looked at, and this is this is the product of reasoned negotiation and our best, putting our best foot forward to keep the staff members we have, which it seems like we need to have even more on deck because we have a lot going on. So I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
All right. Maybe we have a vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Beck,
No.
Councilmember Coletti,
No.
Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori.
Aye.
And Councilmember Emilio absent. Motion carries 4-1.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're now on to the former item 11A, compensation and benefits for department heads and non-represented management and confidential group employees. And it's back to Katie Sutro.
Thank you, Mayor Pete. If we can have the second PowerPoint. Yes, thank you. Excellent anticipation. Next slide, please. So this is a presentation involving the two unrepresented groups at the city. So the first one that we'll discuss are the non-represented management and confidential employee group. Next slide, please. So under a compensation plan adopted by the council 2 years ago, when increases or decreases are approved for the MEA employees, the employees in this group are entitled to receive the same thing as long as they make sense for their positions. So for example, we have again a 3-year term that will be from June 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026, with a 3% cost of living increase each fiscal year. For this group, there were no market adjustments being applied because the results of the study did not support that the same way they did for MEA. They will receive the same increase to city contributions to health benefits. So employee plus one, again, from $1,300 to $1,400. For employee plus family, $1,600 to $1,825. The modest increases each year are $25 additional increase per year. And that's the same for MEA also. Next slide, please. So similarly to MEA, again, we had a situation with floating holiday accrual being different depending on when employees were first hired by the city. That's been eliminated so that all employees now accrue the same amount of floating holidays. Similarly, with deferred compensation match, the current match is $50 by the city for employees who contribute $50. That will be increased up to $100 for employees who contribute the $100. For this group, they will also be eligible for the bilingual pay for Spanish language. And again, they first have to be approved as being eligible for the pay. Then they need to qualify by taking and passing the test. Same thing as far as the fitness, that we've changed from the fitness incentive program using testing and such to a fitness reimbursement for certain specified fitness memberships and subscriptions. And then lastly, again, we've continued having the employees contributing to the city's share for CalPERS purposes. Next slide, please. So estimated fiscal impact, again, this is in addition to the amount that was budgeted for these employees. Fiscal year 23-24, $31,347. Fiscal year 24-25, $37,148. And fiscal year 25-26, $38,199. So the details, again, regarding the difference between this number and the total cost number, which includes the budgeted amounts already, are detailed in the staff report. Next slide, please. So in addition, we have the department head group, which is the second unrepresented group. And they have a similar compensation plan that was adopted in 2021 that provides that whichever increases or decreases the MEA employee group gets, the department head group gets the same. Next slide, please. So similarly, a 3-year term, similarly, 3% cost of living increases for each of the 3 years. And just to clarify, there was a comment. The market adjustment doesn't come on top of the 3% for the employees who are eligible. So we look at what the market adjustment is compared to what the 3% COLA would be, and the total is not going to exceed with the 3%. So hopefully that addresses one of the concerns. Again, similar increase to health benefits. So for the employee plus one, the employee plus family is the same as the other two groups. The modest increases each year, again, are specified in the staff report, but that's $25 added each additional year for 2 years. Next slide, please. So again, similar situation, that floating holiday accrual was different depending on employee hire date. So that tiering has been eliminated. The employer match to deferred compensation is the same in terms of a match up to $100 to the employee's contribution. The change from the incentive payment for fitness to a fitness reimbursement is the same. And having them continue to contribute to the city share for CalPERS is the same also. Next slide, please. So for this group, the estimated fiscal impact, which is It's the additional beyond the budgeted amount already provided for. Fiscal year 23-24 is 53,832 annually. Fiscal year 24-25 is 67,750 annually. And fiscal year 25-26 is 48,300 annually. And you'll see the reason for the difference is that the market adjustments for those affected positions take effect in the first two fiscal years and don't apply in the third year. Next slide, please. So what we've provided for the council's consideration are adoption of resolutions for both of these unrepresented groups, affirming that they will receive the same terms as the MEA employees, which have already been approved based on the condition in their compensation plan that's currently in place that entitles them to the same increases and the same decreases. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Public comment? Welcome.
So the argument you were using that if all the prices going up, are only city employees affected by that? All of us have to pay a half a cent more in sales tax. Remember the sales tax thing? And it was supposed to help our rec departments and everything else. It's all going to salaries. The whole thing is going to, over the next 3 years, 3 years from now, every penny of that half-cent sales tax will go to that. Property taxes go up every year. How are the rest of us compensated? How do the rest of us deal with it? We deal with it having to pay more in property tax, and everything else, every use that we do in this city goes up just about every year. And no, employees aren't affected by it. Just everybody else that lives in town. So you take the 100 employees, a lot of whom don't even live in town, who don't pay that sales tax and don't pay property tax. I think back to the employee that when you were doing the 3% before with the one-time money coming in, but obligating us into the future, that said, I got a 2-bedroom apartment in Monterey and I got to have a roommate to make ends meet. Well, most people then would get a 1-bedroom apartment to begin with and not have a 2-bedroom apartment. But he just pleaded that he had to have that 3% raise. Otherwise, he just could not go on like, living around here. So you guys gave him the 3% raise. And the next day he was out in front of the building here showing off his new Tesla. So now I guess he'll be able to go get 3 more new Teslas because the raises you guys are giving him. Now, I know at least one of you up there can afford a Tesla. I can't afford a Tesla. You make life decisions, and this concept that they need to be compensated. We just had over here a $500,000 brain trust that couldn't come up with slides on a computer. And everybody's saying how wonderful and how great and stuff. I think we need to start giving extra money to people with a master's degree. People that have degrees in what they're working at, rather than they just came in here because of whatever. At some point in time, there has to be accountability and culpability. And I don't fault a single one of the people that work for this city asking for whatever they can get. But when I look at you guys and when I hear that we're listened to out here, you're not listening to us. You aren't listening to us. I sat up there for 7 years. I've been coming to meetings here for over 30 years. I've lived in this community for 68 years. Half of you, at least half of you, 4 of you have not lived here that long, not even close to that long. And you guys don't listen to the history of what has happened in this city. And you are driving us into the ditch. And I hope the voters remember that next election, that there's 2 of you up here that actually do listen to the people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me speak again. On this particular item, on October 18th, there was a presentation from staff on the capital improvements. At that time, we were looking at the fiscal year 22-23 that was presented. And at that time, only 45% of the money had been spent. So that meant only 45% of the projects had been done for fiscal 22-23, not 23-24, 22-23. And then there was a statement in there. I went back and looked and it said, there will be an update to council at the second meeting in November. Well, okay, this is the first meeting in November. We're giving a raise to management, directors, public works. And then next meeting, we're supposed to get a evaluation of what was done so that we could, in my past experience, we always got an evaluation before we got a raise. Not we got raises first and then we give evaluations. So there's going to be an evaluation to say, did they do 60%, 70% next week? So that's just a little concerning, a little confusing. And then for this particular item, on the second page, I believe it says that we're going to increase each year, each 3% that we're increasing, we're going to go to $152,000 increase in the unfunded liability. So for the 3 years raises, the 9+% that we're giving, we're going to increase our debt, which may come out because the stock market is going to get wonderful, or it may not get better. We're going to get an increase in debt of $450,000. That's just a data point. And I guess it was mentioned here, and thank you, Councilperson Beck, you mentioned about doing some, not having so much outsourcing. We hired Topes to go and cut the weeds on Lighthouse Avenue rather than staff. They spent 3 days down there. The next month, I saw a check for Topes for $16,000. I don't know if that's the $16,000 it would cost, but if someone gave me $16,000 and I would go cut the weeds there for you next year. So, you know, I think we can be more prudent with our money. And I do believe that we need to have well-paid staff, but our staff needs to be performing well too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, council discussion. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to confirm, because it's been brought up about the 95% of market median, that is not yet officially council policy. Is that true? Or it's not officially city policy? It's just something we've been casually observing, I guess.
There is no official, Councilmember Coletti through the mayor, there is no official policy that states that.
I think the next time, or before we go into negotiations for the next contract, we have to determine what the market median, or basically how we gauge what the employment level is. Because Citizen Kubica is correct. I mean, I have seen equivalent jobs, comparable jobs for positions in Monterey County where, you know, the responsibility deals with hundreds of employees and, you know, it's not applicable to what's going on in Pacific Grove. So I think council should just develop policy on what it is we want to do as far as establishing a baseline, a comparable baseline for employee salaries. Thank you.
I'll just reiterate what Ms. Sutorp stated, that this compensation package that we're approving is comparable to the compensation package that we approved for the MEA just earlier tonight. The COLA, the core compensation is 3% COLA across the board for 3 years. And that's the same compensation that was approved for the General Employees Association. So we're treating all the employee groups on city staff in a similar manner, similar benefits. So this is just the final piece of that. If there's no, we need a motion.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I want to make one comment, but I will make the motion to approve the recommended action tonight on this item.
Yeah.
I make that motion now.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And then my comment is just that, again, I'm not going to repeat too much, but I will say, this is the product of negotiations over a period of months. And I think that there was also the added benefit of, without getting, at the exact point of how we compensate, is it fair? Is it, we have studies that we look at. And this puts the groups into line together, which is a good thing, I think, for the city in the future to have bargaining, to use that for their bargaining advantage. And I think it helps clarify the different negotiations that are occurring. So they're not all scattershot all over the place. So I see it as a positive thing. Thank you.
May we have a vote? Oh, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to kind of reiterate, it's like, I understand the point taken that it's frustrating that it costs a lot to get people, but we have been negotiating down from the starting point in good faith with our employees. And so there becomes sort of an obligation that we have been doing that in good faith. And so we need to, I absolutely 100% agree that going forward, we want to look at how can we increase our fiscal responsibility. Looking forward to having the new city manager on board to start looking into some of that for us so we can really look at where can we go forward. But we also do recognize that there is a cost to having the staff to go forward with that. So it's not from a lack of not having the same concerns that a lot of the staff have. So just wanted to clarify.
May we have a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Beck,
No.
Councilmember Coletti,
No.
Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Now move on to item 12A, introduction of cannabis licensing ordinance and cannabis zoning ordinance. And Ms. Vega, is she online? There she is. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be presenting this item this evening. These ordinances have been before you previously, as you all know. At your last meeting where we looked at these, you directed for the ordinances to come back for first reading. And so I haven't made any substantive changes to the ordinances since you last looked at them. So I'm not going to go into great detail on summarizing those ordinances since you've already received that information, though it is in your staff report. The other bit of direction that we received from council was to have the staff report include a list of sort of outstanding items, things that council members, the chief of police, members of the public had brought up that the council wanted to consider further with respect to cannabis regulation in the city. So the staff report contains that list. And what I've done is gone through sort of topically and identified those items in the list that are addressed in the state's regulations for cannabis businesses, and then included the full copy of those regulations for your reference as well. And at this point, I guess what I am hoping to get from all of you this evening is if you have specific direction on edits that you would like incorporated to the ordinances, I can hopefully try to do that and still facilitate first reading tonight, but we'll see what you all have to say. If you'd like, I've prepared a single PowerPoint slide that I can pull up onto the screen, hopefully with screen sharing, just so you have a visual reference of sort of the list of items that you can look at on the screen. I know it's in your staff report, but if you would like me to pull that up, I can do that. If you would rather it just be me on the screen, I can do that as well. That's all I have for my presentation.
Okay. Let's go off for public comment. Please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak on this particular item? I'm not seeing anyone moving. Okay, we've got a customer. Welcome.
Honorable city staff, my name is Nico Nia. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove and a cannabis business owner in California. I recently emailed the council regarding item 12A. and my thoughts on the outstanding items open for discussion, which you guys will speak about next. I encourage all you guys to review my letter, which is on the city's website. I really like the transparency with the public comment and how you guys put all public comments on there. And thank you to those of you that have read my letter. I'd like to also especially thank Aaron Campbell for his leadership and his in-depth knowledge in bringing this issue back to the council and the well thought out ordinance for licensing and zoning. I've participated in many RFP processes in the state of California, and the way the city is going about this is best in class. So thank you again to the council and city staff for putting your best foot forward. You guys are doing a great job. I'd like to encourage the city to structure this ordinance in a way that would give the single operator a competitive advantage over the neighboring cities in Monterey County. A good start to that would be allowing the operating hours to be from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. This would put the city of Pacific Grove on an even playing field with the city of Seaside and Marina, and would give it a slight advantage over the retailers regulated by Monterey County. And I'd like to reiterate that the council should really only issue one delivery license, and that delivery license should go to the winner of the single storefront license. The burden in having to regulate and oversee multiple cannabis businesses will be extremely simplified if you're only regulating one operator that has both a delivery and a retail license. As you guys add additional permits, that will increase the costs in orders of magnitude in terms of regulating multiple operators in different sites versus just a single operator with both uses in the same site. And again, the city's projecting 300,000 in taxes on your 6% rate, which would put this business grossing around 6 million annually. That is a pretty high watermark for dispensaries in this area. So doing everything you guys could do to give the city of Pacific Grove dispensary a competitive advantage will go a very, very long way. In many ways, it is a partnership between this single winner and the city, and what's best for the winner will in turn be best for the city.
Thank you. All right, close public comment, council discussion, Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Of course, I have questions. The resident just spoke and he said about $6 million. And I wish I had an opportunity to talk to him a little bit more and what he felt would be truly realistic for Pacific Grove. I know I had emailed Ms. Hannah today on a cost approach for having a regulated business, and she was going to present some numbers to us this evening.
Good evening, Councilmember Beck, through the mayor. What we have in relation to the regulatory cost is the council can request to have 100% cost recovery for the fees associated with cannabis regulations. And that would come through the development of fees. And when the city goes through the fee study process, it takes into consideration the hours, the cost of staffing to issue a permit or also to conduct annual business. And City Council has a policy called Fees, Costs, Charges, and Recovery, policy number 400-4, where they could define specifically that they want to recover 100% cost of the cannabis program. I've also spoke to our fee study consultant as well as HDL in regards to what they've been seeing. And most jurisdictions will choose to recover 100% of the cost of the program. And that would include the cost of audits. In speaking with HDL, they do audits for a flat fee, and they've seen some of their cities build into their regulatory framework that the business will be subject to an annual or biannual audit every couple of years. And then as part of that fee structure, you'd assign whatever, you don't necessarily need to say a dollar amount, but you would say the cost of the annual audit for cannabis program would be assumed by that retailer. These would all come a little bit later. One of the things that they had mentioned is first, we need to establish what is our regulatory framework, and as well as what is going to be our application process, because once we know what we're going to want to do to regulate, maybe we want annual audits, maybe you want annual inspections, an initial cost for the first inspection, which could be more robust. Then we can say, okay, let's build out what these costs are. So that would be a second step. I've also reviewed this with our assistant city attorney as well, and she believes that this ordinance gives us flexibility to do that next process as after this is adopted. But one of the other questions that came up is in relation to how much has been spent on training. And I have the police chief who is here electronically, as well as the commander who is here in the audience. But to date, the police department has spent approximately $815 for training this year. That includes the class at the cost, the hotel, and the per diem. They also plan to train officers who, during part of their roll call process, during normal briefings, which could include cannabis, the store location, response techniques, and safety concerns. And I believe that it responds to your earlier questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you responding so quickly on that. Also had a couple other questions here. Something about multiple delivery services. Can we cap that at just one delivery service?
So, excuse me, under the new state law that takes effect on January 1, you can't have any regulation in place that quote unquote has the effect of prohibiting the delivery of medicinal cannabis. The statute does specifically note that a regulation that caps the number of businesses could potentially violate that. But because the law isn't even implemented yet, we don't have any precedent yet to know whether that would actually be the case for you all.
Okay, thank you very much. And then a couple other questions. With that 1,000 feet from daycare centers, youth centers, schools, and things like that, have we taken into consideration the bordering of Adobe Lane and Bishop, where the DLI has classrooms, the Defensive Language Institute, which is a school?
So I haven't looked at specific locations. If that facility is a school, then yes, it would qualify as a facility that creates a 1,000-foot buffer.
Okay, and would we look into that and we would put that on the map as well?
Right. So we wouldn't be creating like a map that's used as a reference tool necessarily. I mean, staff certainly could, but in the reality of it is as an application comes in, then the map is created for that specific location to determine whether it is within 1,000 feet of a school, a preschool, a daycare center, or any of the other qualifying uses.
So we wouldn't have the map beforehand to show the applicant that these are the areas that
staff certainly could, but that wouldn't be like an adopted map necessarily. We would have an obligation to ensure at the time that the CUP is approved that that location still meets your criteria. So we can certainly prepare a reference map to help an applicant, but it wouldn't like lock in any sort of facility. So in the hypothetical example of where, say, a daycare opens up in the middle of an application process, that daycare would still then create a 1,000-foot buffer.
Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of a reference map, especially for any applicant coming in. I am favorable to the 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. per the police department, that recommendation. And I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, so, this is the product of, I don't even know how many meetings we've had on this issue. It's been quite a few, though. So I think at this point, I'm in favor of moving this forward the way it's written right now. And there's going to be some fine tuning with these ordinances, right? This is a relatively new area of the law. There's not seemingly there's some issues with some of the law involved, but I think we're moving in the right direction with this particular ordinance. We've gotten a lot of concerns from the public that have been incorporated into the document. We've gotten a lot of concerns from up here that have been incorporated into the document. We have, let's see. I remember on October 4th, we had a lot of comments from the public, which related to various different things, which it was suggested at the meeting that some of these would be preempted or not, or otherwise covered by state law, which appears to be correct. As I read through these numerous things that are covered by state law. So I think that with time, as these regulations are promulgated and changed and amended, when these regulations are changed and amended and promulgated over time, then that will have to be incorporated into the actual ordinance itself at points. And it's going to be a laborious area to have to deal with because it's new and because it's a novel kind of thing that's just come up in the last few years. So with that, I don't have any specific peccadillos that I would like to deal with at this point. I think we should move it forward and then continue to look at it, continue to analyze, are we doing what we want to be doing, and take it from there. So that's where I'm at with it.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank you, Ms. Vega. This is a very complex legal framework, and you've navigated it very well, and you've provided us with a lot of insight and two ordinances that I think we can, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, move forward on. I do have just a couple of questions. So in the staff report, there is an itemized list of things that council had asked for, gave direction on, and then you came back with solutions. One of them, number 9, says cash payment of taxes. And it says the city has the discretion to determine the acceptable methods for the payment of taxes. Is that true? I thought the feds
For
didn't.
your local, I would, sorry, that wasn't clear. That's for your local city tax. So I'm talking about money coming into City Hall, if they're coming to pay your voter approved tax.
But that can't be drawn, for instance, from a federally regulated bank, correct? I mean, it has to be, isn't it? Doesn't have to be cash. Isn't that how it's done? So how
I
are
did
they?
it's a very evolving area right now. In terms of banking, there's actually a bill. I did some research on this after the issue came up at the last council meeting. There's a bill pending in the Senate right now to hopefully loosen that up. It's my understanding that there are cannabis banks. They may not be FDIC insured, but I have heard of cannabis businesses banking with FDIC insured banks. I haven't, independently verified whether that's accurate or not, but statements have been made to that effect. So from a city standpoint, as long as you are collecting your taxes in a manner where, they're paying what they owe, and it doesn't create safety concern for the city in terms of having too much cash on hand or anything like that, then I don't see an issue with regulating the forms of payment. In my experience, the cities that I've worked with that have regulated the forms of payment, it was many years ago when all of the businesses were paying in cash. They had multiple businesses, and it was just too much for them. They allowed the full range of businesses, cultivation, manufacturing, dispensaries with no caps. So it was a very different situation than what Pacific Grove is currently looking at adopting.
Okay. And the second question is number 10. And this is actually something I had brought up. It says specific language regarding checking state daycare licensing databases to Councilmember Beck's point is you're going to find all the registered or licensed daycare facilities, presumably draw a map, which I think would be very beneficial for anyone considering applying into the program. But where within the ordinance, which section is that actually implemented in? Is that the separation requirements section?
Correct. And based off of your comment in this regard at the last council meeting, I went ahead and drafted some extra language that we could add to the separation requirements section, specifically subparagraph C1, that specifically references the California Department of Social Services license lookup database that is utilized to verify licenses for daycares, preschools.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm willing to support this, but I would ask that the motion or some kind of direction be given to staff that a map is generated prior to us going out to accept the applications, so that everyone knows what the playing field looks like. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. And to that note too, on number 4, it had been brought up largely by the public about the idea of separation requirements, potentially including libraries, parks. And it mentions that we should be cognizant of the impacts such challenges will have to the available sites, but we don't have any information on that. And my question was actually going to be, can we see a map? So I'm assuming that would be coming in the upcoming further regulations, but I think that without knowing what those impacts would be, it would be hard for us to tell, would including those basically eliminate it so there would be 0 sites in the city and would effectively eliminate the possibility of one at all.
Right. So that map can absolutely be prepared if the council is interested in adding those categories to your separation requirements. For the procedural purposes, it's a little difficult because if that's going to sway, seeing the map is going to sway whether you want to include these uses or not in the separation requirements. We can't make substantive changes to the ordinance after first reading without essentially having to redo the first reading or create a third reading, if you will. Which can be done, but I just want to point that out. And then plan B would be to have that map brought back to you. And then, if you want to see a change, we could, as Mayor Pro Tem Smith indicated, we're probably going to be making adjustments and changes to this ordinance as it's implemented and tweaks need to be made. And that could be added. We would just want to make sure we make that addition before you open up the application period. So that way the businesses, know what the available sites are before they make an investment into a proposal.
And to that point, do you happen to know what that would be? Because it says we should be cognizant. So I don't know if that meant that you had looked into it. So just wondering if you happen to know what the impact would be, or if that's something that the council would want to know before or for a future addition to the ordinance.
I personally don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't have a map prepared, so I haven't looked at that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Paduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo Councilmember Coletti's comments here related to preparation of this agenda item. This is a complex topic. You've distilled it very well, so thank you. And thank you for referencing the DCC regulations here as well. I'm supportive of the agenda item as is. And since I have you, Ms. Vega, I just wanted to ask a question from you. No cash payment at delivery point. What kind of payment vehicles are you seeing in the market today? Is debit card an acceptable form of payment or not?
It really varies business to business. I do know there are retailers that are still cash only, but we've received comments. So you've received comments from a member of your public who's said that they do accept other forms of payment at their business. So it really, I think it's one of those things where there's a pretty wide variation in terms of what individual retailers accept as form of payment.
In that, just to follow up on that one, so irrespective of what kind of payment method they have, the item number 9, cash payment of taxes, it's still cash.
Well, so as of right now, you do not have a policy that says cash only for taxes. That was a question that came up at the last council meeting, so I've included it on the list. If you wanted to add that, we could, if there was majority support for it, we could come up with with language to require no cash payment or limited cash payment. We would just need direction on what the council is looking for in that regard. And honestly, would probably want input from your staff that handles payment of taxes from a logistical standpoint to see what works for them as well.
Understood. Just for my benefit, the ordinance as is has some items that, like, for example, the hours of operation, etc. There was a map that was brought into kind of like here. Once this ordinance is passed here, it can technically we can still make some changes moving forward, right? I mean, so if you wanted to.
Correct. The other thing is so this would be like a milestone for you all, don't get me wrong, but the ordinance does contemplate the next step being adoption of administrative rules that will flesh out the competitive process that is going to be used for issuing your one storefront license. So that will it's not done with this. I'll be back with more cannabis materials for you all to kind of complete the framework you need to actually get a store in your city up and running.
Yeah, I'm glad to note that we have an in-house expert. So thank you.
I'll echo my thanks, Ms. Vega, for all the work on this. Just to cover a few points, you stated that that there will be no changes if we want to pass this. Say next council meeting with a second read, that there'll be no changes to what we approved tonight. Is that correct?
Yes. So what I said was, is any substantive changes that you want to see the ordinance need to be incorporated into it tonight with the first reading. And then and once we get past first reading, if you make further substantive changes, you essentially have to redo the first reading.
Okay, and you'll advise us if we have that discussion at the second read. You'll advise us as to what is substantive changes, I assume. This question has come up before, obviously, with second reads. I'd just as soon get the issues fleshed out in the first read, and I don't like or suggest that it is an inefficient and time-consuming process if we have to keep coming back and fixing things with the ordinance. So first off, one of them is the hours of operation. And I suggest, I know it was recommended here was, what was it, 8 a.m. to
10 a.m. to 8 p.m. from the
10
police
a.m.
department.
to 8 p.m. And Mr. Nia and I double checked online. The local cannabis shops, Seaside, Delray Oaks, is 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so that sounds reasonable. Our police shift changes up at 7 a.m. So it just seems that it fits. I don't want a cannabis retailer to start off. I want them to have a competitive, maybe if not an advantage, I would like them to have a level playing field with the cannabis stores locally. So I would suggest we do the, let's see, the 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Hours. And I don't have written down where in the ordinance that is, Ms. Vega, if you could possibly find that.
Yes,
Appreciate that.
that is what the ordinance already provides.
Is
8 a.m. to 10 p.m. What the police, I believe what the police chief asked for was 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, all right. So I stand corrected. Thank you very much. Another point is delivery, and we don't specify the license for the storefront retail allows delivery of recreational cannabis, and I'd like to see that added. I know it's been repeated many times that the city cannot restrict a delivery of medicinal cannabis. But we don't have anything in this ordinance that I saw about delivery service for recreational cannabis, and I'd like to add that to the storefront license.
If I can
And if-
clarify, as a requirement that delivery be included as a service or just as an option?
As an option.
Okay, the ordinance as drafted includes it as an option. If you look into the application requirements, one of the line items in the application requirements is a statement confirming whether they'll be providing delivery service. And if so, then providing a detailed delivery plan for the location.
Okay, so the ordinance doesn't have to specify that the license covers delivery. You're saying we don't need it.
It falls within the same license. And so the ordinance requires them to identify whether they will or will not be providing delivery service as a part of the
Okay.
application.
And the ballot measure specified up to 6% tax. And when would council be determining the cannabis tax rate?
Well, so that's not included as a part of what I've brought forward to you this evening with staff. I could certainly talk with them about timing for that. We can try to roll it into maybe the next round when I'm before you on cannabis related items. If that works for staff in terms of timing. You already have the tax on the books, and so you can levy the tax at the full rate without any further council action. Council action would really be required if you wanted to levy at a lower rate.
Okay, interesting. Well, all three, I'm getting educated here. We can, so the assumption is going in is that there is a 6% cannabis tax rate. Okay, well.
I would certainly confirm that. I obviously didn't prep on the tax specifically for this evening, but it's typically the way tax measures work is they establish a maximum rate and then authorize the council to levy at a lower rate than the maximum. And you would do a resolution of some sort to levy at a lower rate if that was the council's policy direction.
Okay, by resolution, it's even easier then. Right, thanks.
Just a quick question, Your Honor. Since we have the commander and maybe the chief online as well, because it was their suggestion on item number 8 to reduce the hours to 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm just curious why that was their suggestion.
Right, well, I'm sorry, the recommendation the ordinance is 8 a.m. to
10 p.m.
10 p.m. Yeah.
And their
That's good.
recommendation was 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Okay.
clear. Thank you. Okay. Now there is one item on license renewal. It's 11-100.090. And the way I read it, it says that city council shall renew a license if the conditions of the license have not been violated. Is that correct?
Yes, more or less. They not just the conditions of the license, but as long as they're operating in compliance with all state and local regulations, any conditions of approval, all of that, then unless you had some other unique situation that would justify a finding of good cause to not renew, it would be something that you would have an obligation to renew.
Okay, so something for council consideration. The way you described it, as cannabis operator in good faith, could have the license renewed in perpetuity. There's no limit. And I'm just wondering if good practice would be that after a certain amount of time, and I'm just pull a number out of the air, 15 years, which is a long time, I think, that it would require that council then could relook at who gets a license. In other words, go through this process, this application process again. I'm just going to throw that out there for council to think about it. Don't want to be locked in forever. One license holder for the next 50 years. It's just a thought. And my last point is on the schools and we've been talking about the map, and that's very interesting. Councilmember Beck brought up DLI is a school. You know, I'm looking at the map that was in the ballot measure, and it just says Pacific Grove Schools and the buffer, Pacific Grove Youth Center. And we don't have any buffers that include any land outside of Pacific Grove. And so I'm looking at a map and eyeballing, if we include DLI, that probably excludes a lot of properties on the north end of Forest Avenue. And so, and I don't know if there's any daycare facilities down on Central and David. But I'm just thinking we've excluded a lot of property in Pacific Grove already. The map that we sent out was obviously was approved by the voters. That's why we're talking about this. And if we throw in DLI, I think we're having other problems with allowing people to find properties for a storefront location. And DLI, there's a fence. There's not like there's students walking from DLI across the street or down the street into Pacific Grove. I'm not even sure where the nearest gate is. It's probably
On Taylor Street.
It's on Taylor. It's
Your Honor.
just a second. Anyhow, so I'm just wondering, yeah, I have real concerns about going down that route, particularly with DLI. Anyhow, Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess after attending the conference up in Sacramento, we learned a lot about the military going past even a cannabis dispensary due to the odor. So that was the reason. It is a school, it is military, and that was the reason I brought it up.
All right, thank you. I hadn't heard any concerns. No one wrote me from the military or tried to contact me or a council that I'm aware of that had any concerns about this. So anyhow, so if there's a question about schools and DLI as an example, then I think we need to answer it now. Otherwise, this ordinance has, I think, a flaw. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. To follow up on your question, I recall discussion in prior meetings that we had said we should be including schools over our border because if we're saying a mile, if Monterey had one near our border, we would need to allow for that. So it sounds from what you're saying that that was not incorporated in the current change. Is that correct? So my understanding was it was 1,000 feet or whatever from a school. And it didn't occur to me that that was restricted to Pacific Grove, being that we'd had that discussion before. So do we have clarification on whether that would indeed, if they had a daycare right over the border in Monterey, would that just be, too bad you're not in our city and it could be there? I'm not sure what.
Yeah. And my point was, it was the map that was sent to the voters, but not that there was a restriction. I'm not aware. That's a good question.
Would you like me to answer that question, Mayor?
Yeah,
Yes. So the ordinance does not restrict the separation requirements to only schools, daycares, et cetera, that are located within Pacific Grove. So if you had a daycare just over the border, you would still have the 1,000-foot separation requirement apply. And as to the clarification on what is a school, it's defined in the ordinance as any location that appears in the California Department of Education school directory as a public or private school. So we would have to go to that directory and then do a pull up of all of the locations that are in the city, or within 1,000 feet of any location in the city where a potential cannabis business would locate, even if it's outside of your borders. That's in this directory. And then that would be what we use to determine whether the site is eligible or not.
Thank you so much.
Can we get in? Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, thank you so much for the
Well,
clarification. so.
I'd like a educated guess. I mean, your description of what was it, a public or private school, DLI, doesn't.
Military.
Yeah.
I pulled it up. I did a quick just keyword search for Pacific Grove, and I'm not seeing it in the database. It's obviously not a thorough search, but I'm seeing numerous schools listed in Pacific Grove Unified, a charter with Monterey County Office of Education, but nothing associated with the military.
No, they're located in Monterey, just on our border. Thank you.
Yeah. I guess there was one other issue, Councilmember Coletti. Oh, about when the map gets drawn or issued on, could we talk about that?
Sure. I was just suggesting that a map be prepared prior to the city opening up the floodgates, as it were, for accepting applications. So I think it's kind of incumbent on us to show the potential applicants what the playing field looks like. And doesn't make sense for any applicant get all worked up and go through the process if only to be turned away later because they're excluded from the buffers.
Yeah.
And I to be honest with you, I generated that map and presented it on October 4th, but the staff needs to do it, obviously, an official map. And it's not, I mean, we've got a GIS guy who can do it. I don't think it's complicated. I had a couple.
Yes, please.
And I'll be brief, Your Honor. Ms. Vega, can you just kind of, for the benefit of council and also the viewing public, just kind of a brief overview of how a license will be approved in the city of Pacific Grove?
Okay, yes, absolutely. And still it is still a bit unknown because it'll be fleshed out in the administrative rules that the council will have to adopt before we even open up the application period. And actually to your earlier comment, I think the obligation to provide a reference map is something that we could easily incorporate into those rules as we flesh out the essentially requests for proposals that the city needs to prepare and put out, asking for relevant applications. So just wanted to clarify that. But ambiguities over the specifics of the application or process aside, it's anticipated that there'll be some kind of competitive process where proposals are submitted, and then there will be a review and ranking of those proposals. And again, details still need to be fleshed out in administrative policies, with either a certain number of top ranking proposals being presented to council for review. We could implement a lottery system. At that point, there's a lot of options there to kind of fine tune that process. But once you get down to your chosen business, then that is the council's decision. The council will make that decision as to who gets your one storefront license. And as currently drafted, the council also has the ability to award the licenses for the delivery only medicinal businesses that come in, though they won't be a part of that competitive process. That will be separate. So it'll all be at the council level. It's for a term of 1 year. So a business, once they open their doors and they get running, they have to come back and prove essentially that they're good actors, good operators, and are entitled to get a renewal of their license from the city. And then that will just continue until either the business maybe closes, in which case then you can, start the process over again to find a new business.
Super, thank you. And Ms. Vega, when are you expecting to bring those administrative policies to council? Just, I mean.
We don't have a firm timeline. We've had some preliminary discussions with Tori, city manager, interim city manager, Tori Hanna, and planner Aaron Campbell. So it's definitely a top priority project for me once we get past, introduction of these ordinances, and we've got a clarity on the framework that I need to work within in drafting.
Thank you. And one final question, regarding delivery services. So can you remind us again what the policy is going to be? And I guess when I'm thinking about delivery services, it kind of blows up the whole concept of having a buffer zone to begin with. I mean, theoretically, we've got these 1,000-foot buffer zones around the storefront, around daycare centers. So to exclude the storefront, but now we're going to be potentially able to have the delivery service deliver the cannabis right next door to a daycare center, for instance. So how are we reconciling these buffer zones with the delivery service?
So the buffer zone still applies to the delivery only service. It doesn't apply to the delivery activity. It applies to the physical location that they operate from. So whether it's a small, warehouse of some sort, to call it a warehouse is not really accurate. It will be not very large, but the facility where they actually store the product, they have a staff person or multiple staff people working from it. It applies to that location, not to the end point where they deliver the cannabis.
And that's for both the storefront
And
delivery
right.
and the medicinal cannabis delivery. Well, I think that kind of blows up the concept of having buffer zones. If we're going to be delivering cannabis into our residential neighborhoods anywhere, essentially, it seems to me there is no actual regulation that that says where they can and cannot deliver to. Then I think that's kind of not that's not well aligned with the whole idea of the buffer zones. I think we're going to probably hear from residents on this. I think what we're kind of doing is potentially creating some conflict in our residential neighborhoods. So I'm not going to hold it up tonight, but I think it's worth contemplation.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Can I do just a clarification? God, it's getting late question on that, please. So the idea of the 1,000-foot buffer on a storefront location is that would prevent people from coming into a location that's in a neighborhood near a school, lining up or whatever it might be to get the product. But from our understanding, and if I'm wrong, could you please let us know, the regulation from the state, it sounds like, would not allow us to regulate where it's delivered to. Maybe part of the point is not to have those people coming and standing in a location, but to be able to have it delivered to their home, especially if it's for medical reasons only.
Yes, yeah, and that is a good clarification. It is only for medicinal. It's not for recreational as the ordinance is currently drafted. And the state regulations on delivery actually prohibit delivery to places that don't have a physical address. So public parks, street corners, I mean, you don't want that, right? So that's the alternative. If they can't have it delivered to their personal home, is that they have to find somewhere else to get it delivered to if they're utilizing a delivery service for medicinal purposes.
I got lost then. So the storefront recreational cannabis business who wants to have a delivery service cannot deliver the recreational products into our residential neighborhoods. Is that correct?
No, they can if they offer, as currently drafted, you have not established a ban on delivery of recreational cannabis. You could, but as it's drafted, you have not. And from
Well,
what I'm
now-
hearing from other council members, they have an interest in allowing delivery of recreational cannabis. So I would clearly need some majority direction here on which way you want to go, because I'm hearing potentially conflicting ideas on this subject.
Well, currently with the current ordinance that we're probably going to, adopt tonight, delivery of recreational cannabis products is not allowed, or it is allowed?
It is allowed from the one storefront retailer.
Okay, so that gets me back to the point I made initially, which was that kind of blows up the whole idea of protecting our residential, or at least some of our daycares and schools, whatnot, which are in our residential neighborhoods. And I just think that's going to prove problematic. So
I will counter that thought with the delivery, say, to a home that's near a school, with, say, the homeowner or the resident of that home driving to the cannabis store, buying it and coming back to his house. In both cases, the cannabis user lives near a school, whether they go to the store and buy it and bring it home, or it's delivered. The end result is the same, right? Yeah. Anyhow, Councilmember Beck.
And the delivery service that goes into effect 2024 is medicinal. So, yeah, I think I would not allow the delivery service for the recreational. That would just be me.
Okay, Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, I would just like to add that technically delivery can happen from anywhere, which means that we're not exactly controlling it for anybody who's next to a cannabis dispensary. So I would support this.
I think Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that if we didn't allow our dispensary to deliver to our local people, they would just have the Monterey dispensary deliver to our addresses. So I'm not sure, unfortunately, it would curtail what we're concerned about.
I think we're ready for a motion. Who'd like to make a motion? All right, if everybody is shy, I'm going to make the motion then. Let's see. Mr. City Attorney, would you read the title of the licensing ordinance?
Would you remind me of what page that's on?
92.
So this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove, amending chapter 11.100 to the Pacific Grove Municipal Code, establishing commercial cannabis licensing regulations.
And I move to waive further reading of the ordinance and introduce the licensing ordinance. Do we need to vote on that right away? Oh, and if Mr. Pirk, if you would read the title of the zoning ordinance.
Was there action on the motion that you just
On the
made?
first one, I need a second.
I'll second.
All right.
Discussion.
Yes, Mayor
I
Pro
think
Tem
it's a
Smith.
good thing. So I think you mentioned a bunch of stuff that relates to this licensing ordinance, I think, didn't you, Yor, on your list?
Yes. I
Okay,
did.
well, because you were,
It's all included.
Yeah, it looks like everything was included.
Okay. I didn't,
Interpretation.
okay,
Yeah.
got it. All right.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Ms. Lindstrom, may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Beck,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-6-0-1.
601.
Now, if you'd like, I can read the title to the zoning ordinance,
Please do so.
and I'm on the right page.
In all haste.
This is an ordinance of the city council of the city of Pacific Grove, adding chapter 23.92 to the Pacific Grove Municipal Code, establishing cannabis business zoning regulations.
And I move to waive further reading and introduce the zoning ordinance.
Could you also add to that motion action number 5, which
All
is
right.
to direct the publication of the 2 ordinances?
And added that's recommendation number 5. Let's see, and I think we're good.
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 601. Okay. And we're 6 minutes under 10 PM, so by the letter of our ordinance, we can continue. And let's see, that's Ms. Beck, Councilmember Beck. It's your item, Water Conservation Subcommittee. Status report and recommendation for quarterly reporting of the city's CalAm water use.
Yes, I think we have our slide presentation. And maybe Mr. Go would like to come up as well, because we'll have some questions for him. So this is our CalAm Water Subcommittee report, which consisted of myself, Councilmember Coletti, and McDonald. And next page, please. Go ahead, Luke.
Well, first off, I want to say this whole idea was brought forth by Councilmember Beck even before she was on council. So thank you for the vigilance on drilling down into this important topic. The agenda report, as well as these slides, mention that the subcommittee had met with CalAm representatives. That was a very fruitful meeting, I thought, and also with the Public Works Director. And the general concept was, how are we going to lower the usage and cost to the city of Pacific Grove? We wanted to understand a few things. We want to understand just basic water use at our public facilities, our public parks, et cetera. We wanted to understand how much we were paying for water meters that weren't currently being used. And we wanted to understand perhaps some of the maintenance issues that caused leaks in irrigation lines, et cetera. So I thought we drilled down pretty extensively. You want to handle the second point, Lori?
Yeah, so the second point here is that CalAm provides landscape grant programs. And so the city of Pacific Grove has actually received a $30,000 grant award in the past to install native drought tolerant landscaping at Lovers Point Park. And the estimated water savings was 225,000 gallons.
Next slide. Meeting on 10/9/23 was Mr. Go and staff to determine what areas of improvement had been taken to reduce the water usage since our committee formed in January 2023. Staff reviewed several of the high usage sites to determine there were water leaks in the irrigation, and they had since been repaired. They also adjusted the irrigation timers. The subcommittee suggested placing locks on the water timers, and Mr. Go also considered the heavy rains in the past year contributed to less irrigation needed. Next page. Go ahead, Luke.
I'll take the first 2 points. I'm just going to say the staff will be working with a few of our city leases or leaseholders to determine how the cost of water is being used by the tenants and who's paying the bill, essentially. Staff will also be meeting with CalAm to discuss the water meters not currently being used, essentially whether we can cap them and then still maintain a right to reestablish the meter. There's no sense paying for water meters that water isn't being drawn from. And that about summarizes that point.
The local water project is currently providing less potable water to the golf course, and there are various reasons that were discussed for that. But the upside of that is we are no longer having to draw as much from of potable water to use for the golf course.
And the graph is a great indication that we are moving in the right direction, as 2021 billing was 554, almost 55,000. Billing for 2022, 400 and roughly 47,000, and year to date for 2023, 211,317. Next page. And there you can see the usage, and that was through August 31, 23. So again, we are moving in the right direction. And next page. Any questions?
Do we have any public comment? Looks like not. I love that the fact that the water bill is going down. My home watering bill certainly is not going in that direction. Wish it was. Thank you to the subcommittee for doing the work, and for Mr. Go for also heading into this effort. Sort of question, Cal-Am charges the city for a water meter, even if it's not being used? Is any idea, are we talking $10, $1,000? Any idea?
It's roughly about $5,000 per month between the meters that we're not using.
And are we talking about several meters? Yeah.
I could clarify, Mayor Peak, if you'd like. $5,000 a month possibly, and I would have to really dig into the bills, would be the accumulative cost of all the meters in the ground that aren't being used. So just to have the infrastructure in the ground costs the city money. It's the delivery of the water that costs more.
Yeah.
It's not the water.
And I did receive some insight that we can approach Cal-Am and ask them if they will, if we can remove the meters, and with a letter that they could be returned to the same location. And if we get that letter, then we could cap off our meters and have an additional savings. And then I would also like to consider providing direction to staff to initiate a quarterly reports of Cal-Am water demand, because I'm going to continue on this. And then also we still have a couple of outstanding questions regarding some of our lease tenants and paying water bills and things like that, that Mr. Go's getting that information for us. Unless you have that already.
No, I do not.
Okay. And possibly next meeting or follow-up. Possibly.
If that's the direction of the city council, I could shift all my gears and start working towards that, but I have not had the opportunity to work with James Minshew, who's been handling our leases, and to start to dig into that.
Okay, thank you.
I recall when the swimming pool was being redone, that even there years ago, there was the question about water, and I'm not even sure if the water meter situation got straightened out. Who's paying for what? And then we've got the golf clubhouse, right?
The restaurant.
See what other places are using city water that we might. I think that's it. Probably the swimming pool, Mr. Go, the swimming pool and the golf clubhouse.
Mayor Peak, the only facility I'm familiar with that needs to have the water meters split or determined is the clubhouse and the golf course. When the new came into the restaurant, there was that discrepancy that needs to be worked out. As far as I know, at Lover's Point, there's multiple meters, which are all serving the appropriate facility and are being billed appropriately.
Good. It's a great effort, and I would like to hear of follow-ups. No, maybe not at the next meeting, but certainly in a reasonable time frame to see the water usage, especially ending out this, I think your graph was calendar year, not water year, right?
It was year to date, August 31.
But it was a calendar.
Correct, calendar year.
Yeah, to follow up on that and see what kind of other progress can be made.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to follow up on Councilmember Beck's last point about reporting, and adding reporting of CalAm billing would be something new. But in the past, Anastasia Aziz would come to council and give us updates on our water allocation, you know, and also on how much we were taking from our water entitlement. And I think just in general, wrapping that all up into a water report, whether it's annual or quarterly or whatever, is going to help us understand what we have available and how we can allocate that for whatever purpose we want. So I think we would be reestablishing a reporting system that was already in place. And I think we should do that.
Any other discussion, or are we played out for this evening? Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, a quick item for the next time we come back to this. I would be curious to know what is the reason for us having more water meters? Is this because of the local water reclamation project that these water meters are not being used, or is it something else? The other thing that I would like to also kind of find out is water meters are being tied up with like how development is happening in the city. So if we're removing these water meters, is this detrimental to the city in the future? Is it going to be problematic to install water meters in the future if we do something? So it's just a question, but something that I'll look forward in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Go, I think you have ready answers.
I do have answers for those, so they don't need to come back. The water meters that we could remove or that are suggested for removal would be water meters that haven't had water flow through them for some time. So for example, like on the Lighthouse embankment between 13th Street and Erdley, we have some water meters in those areas that aren't being used that were previously used for irrigation purposes, or some of the medians on the downtown landscape areas that aren't being used for irrigation purposes. There's potential, if they're removed, that we lose them forever. So if we were ever to do any type of expansion or a landscape project through our downtown area, we might limit our opportunities for future irrigation. But if Councilmember Beck says there's a means to maybe grandfather those in and remove them, that's something that staff could look into and report at a future date.
And the other question is, why would you add meters, water meters in certain locations?
Why would I add water
Yeah,
meters? Well,
it was the
currently
split. It was the split, right? For billing.
Oh, at the golf course. No, that. So we're talking about the restaurant versus the pro
Clubhouse.
shop. At one time, it was all one facility that was managed by the city. And when we started getting these separate tenants, there was still just the one meter that serviced the area. So that's what we need to determine on how we can split that or work with the finance department in determining the usage and percentages and billing. It's a little more than just going in there and splitting the meter, because that's a difficult task to do with CalAm also, to do a meter split. It's very tough.
Okay, thank you for that info.
Of course.
All right, any further discussion? I think this was a receive the report. And so now we need a motion to, well, our consultants have gone home, so I think we need a motion to continue this item to the next meeting. Hopefully, will our consultants do we even need to do that at this point, or should I just adjourn and we'll figure it out?
Mayor Peak, I would have to check with the consultants on the date. I've just emailed them about we were running late and that we were going to reschedule. So I need to confirm that they will be available at our next meeting.
All right, well, with that, I'll thank the public, for staff, my colleagues, for being here and doing the work of the city. Have a good night. Meeting adjourned.